बतियाएगी अब पैसा उड़ाएगी। इसका जितवा जो है बहनिया जी हजूरी करता है, हमको भी फिर सोचेगी वो जी हजूरी करे।
Distinguished participants, am I audible to you all? If possible, kindly respond.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes,
You are audible.
Thank you so much for your warm response. Thank you. Professor Abhilal Mukherjee, a hearty warm welcome to you. I hope I'm audible to you. If you want to check your PPT and all the functioning, kindly go ahead.
Yes, just give me a few seconds.
Yes, please.
अवकाश में नहीं यूज करेगी।
Is visible, Dr. Manish?
Yeah, yeah, it's visible. And your audio also is absolutely fine. Yeah, your video is also fine.
Okay, so should we start?
Are you good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, so let me formally start the session. Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished scholars, esteemed delegates, faculty members, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pride, privilege, and honor to welcome you all to the second plenary session of the second international conference of the World Association of Authors and Researchers on Technological Advances and English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches. As we continue our academic deliberations, this plenary session promises to deepen our understanding of the transformative role of emerging technologies in education, language, digital humanities, and interdisciplinary research. We are indeed fortunate to have with us an eminent scholar whose contributions have significantly shaped contemporary thinking in digital education and internet studies. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce our first distinguished plenary speaker of the day. Our first speaker, Professor Abirlal Mukherjee, a globally recognized academic researcher, education innovator, and thought leader in the field of digital education. Professor Mukherjee currently serves as the chair of the Universal Digital Education Initiatives, UDEI, and as the president of the Learners University institutions dedicated to redefining education in the digital age. His scholarly contributions have been truly pioneering. He has introduced several emerging interdisciplinary domains into academic discourse, including viromemology, virolinguistics, digital andragogy, and internet web studies, fields that reflect the dynamic intersections of technology, communication, education, and digital culture. His academic engagements extend across the globe. He serves as working group chair at the University of Helsinki, Finland, and has been an invited researcher at Pennsylvania State University. He is also associated with the Indian Institute of Science as a language expert and has previously served as an AI and education fellow at Stanford University, contributing to cutting-edge research in artificial intelligence and educational innovation. Professor Mukherjee's leadership extends to several prestigious international organizations. He chairs the Digital University Ranking and Association of Digital Universities, the Digital Education Forum, the Association of Andragogic Research Networks, the Digital Humanities Alliance, the Alliance of Internet West Studies Network, the Alliance of Internet Linguistic Studies Network, and the Indian Internet Observatory. His commitment to digital governance and educational development is equally noteworthy. He is an active member of the Internet Society Bangalore chapter, serves as the organization and fellowship committee of the Youth Internet Governance Forum, and has been an Indian School of Internet Governance Fellow, an ICSSR Doctoral Fellow, and a Teach for India Fellow, where he has also contributed to the Fellowship Selection Committee. Academically, Professor Mukherjee holds postgraduate qualifications in digital education from Birmingham University, City University, United Kingdom, complementing his rich experience in interdisciplinary research and global educational leadership. His remarkable academic journey exemplifies excellence, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to reshaping education for the digital media. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now proud privilege to invite Professor Abirlal Mukherjee to deliver his plenary address. Sir, we are honored by your gracious presence and eagerly look forward to your insights, which are certain will enrich our understanding of the evolving relationship between technology, education, and Humanities. Professor Mukherjee, the virtual podium is now all yours. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Manish, for the kind introduction. We'll start today's discussion that will focus on digital education, technology, digital andragogy, the rights and access. The title of the talk, if you have observed, is Our Students Are Online. And when our students are online, uh, the classes are also shifting towards that, not only in Europe, but also recently in Asian countries as well. In India, if you have observed, if you are in, I think most of you are Indian academic, you have observed that starting from the central universities to all the leading universities, they are transiting towards digital education, digital degrees, like online degree programs. And UGC also started making their rules a little bit flexible. Very recently, Association of Indian University uh, like received thousands of equivalent certification for the online degree programs that students learned from abroad universities. For example, you know that a few years ago there was a huge debate about these edtech companies like Upgrad, Great Learning, who started providing for the first time as a pioneering company, edtech companies, digital uh, degree programs from Deakin University, then UT Austin, and other good universities as well. But UGC at the first go said that no, we are not going to recognize those degrees. But now, like flexibility is coming because they also understood that the time is changing. So I'll start my talk with Mark Prensky's a very famous line that our students have changed radically. Today's students are no longer the people our education system was designed to teach. And the line is very strong. The books that we are reading, the curriculum, like which we studied maybe 10 years back, is not relevant to the student who are learning today. And as the academic pioneers, you have to understand that point. Every day, technology is changing. Every day, AI is evolving. And we need to understand that we have to be a little bit like flexible. We have to also change with the technology. We have to change with the time, and we can't like rely on the old system that we have developed. And most of the universities, we are very happy to see that they are also understanding that and changing with time. So today's talk will help you to understand a little bit about digital education because what we hope that the keynote should set the stage for the entire conference, and you should have a ground level understanding at least of what is digital education, what are the areas that we have in digital education, and a few like thoughts that like you can also continue. Before we talk about digital education, a few terms associated with that we should understand. The first very term is itself digital education. Then we have digital andragogy and digital pedagogy. Digital pedagogy is known to many of like you because pedagogy is a very common term. But digital andragogy is a little new area that came into picture a few years back. Uh, then we have heutagogy and we have cybergogy. So these are a few terms that you should have understanding of when we talk about digital education. Digital education, first term, we need to understand what is digital education. Digital education refers to the use of digital technologies, platforms, and different types of tools to facilitate teaching, learning, and knowledge creation. It's the very basic. like definition that we have. But sometimes we say that digital education goes beyond simply using computers. It is not that you're learning, having a computer and learning, that is digital education. It also includes online learning environment that we create using different type of LMS, virtual classrooms, and multimedia resources, mobile learning, and interactive platforms that reshape how education is accessed and experienced online. Digital education involves different platforms that are going on for the last few years. Like Google Classroom came in the early stage, then Moodle become one of the most popular uh, LMS system that most of the European universities started using. Then Zoom also is used for this online learning system for the live interactions and classes for many years now in Indian higher education system as well. Live sessions are taken for the online degree courses on Zoom also. So these are like real-time interaction tools that are there in digital uh, classrooms. But we also have some like digital content that is a very important part of it. So it also includes digital content like videos. We have multimodal contents like ebooks. We have simulations. We have podcasts. We have AI-based learning tools that personalize education based on user needs and performance. There is a very quick example of Duolingo. If you know, that's a learning language learning app. If you open it, you will find that how they have customized based on the learner's needs. They give you reminders, they follow up for you. And as per your progress, they also update your learning capacities as well. I'm very happy to add here that IIT Madras also recently launched a course, most of you know, that is on BS program, right? Bachelor of Science in Data Science. And there they also very inspiring. They took this concept of like progress based uh, progress based modules you will get. For example, if you do very well in the last module, you will get the chance to take more modules and credits in your next semester. So this is how they have designed it, and that is very important for different types of students. And in digital education, the most important part that we focus on is the possibility of differentiation. That is, in a regular classroom, it is a little bit difficult to do. At different level, digital education transform both the pedagogy and andragogy, and it has the capacity. That's why like most of the good universities are now focusing on the utility of that. Now, digital education also shifts the traditional classroom into a very engaging digital environment. It encourages collaborations using different tools and softwares that we have, and at the real time, people can interact with that. It supports multimodal content creation, learning environment using text, different modes. For example, multimodal means different modes are there, like text is there, video is there, audio is there, image is there. So multiple modes you can use for the content creation. And we are doing a very interesting study on learner satisfaction and the faculty satisfaction, which are very new areas like we were trying to understand. And in that study, we found out that in most of the Indian and Asian universities, nobody cares about the faculty satisfaction as well. But in digital education, that is also a very important part, right? I will come to the next term that is mentioned on slide. You can see that is digital andragogy. Digital andragogy is very simple. Andragogy is the learning strategies, learning pathways, and design for adult learners like college students, like university students. So digital andragogy means when you are teaching the adult learners, what are the strategies, what are the techniques and designs, content you are using. So those things we call digital andragogy. Digital pedagogy is very easy to understand. Pedagogy, it's for it's for like small kids, school kids maybe who are not like adult. So digital pedagogy means when you are teaching in school using digital tools and all, that is called digital pedagogy. So these two terms are very important for digital education itself. Heutagogy is a new term. Heutagogy refers to a learner-centered approach where learners determine what and how they learn. So the learner will choose what they will learn and how they will learn. Uh, a very quick example will be if you go to, uh, for example, University of Bristol, if you go to University like of London as well, or King's College, maybe one of the colleges, you will find they will provide you with multiple options that you can choose how you want to learn. You can learn online, you can learn hybrid, you can learn hybrid or blended, you can learn distance, you're going to learn part-time, you're going to learn full-time, whatever and how you want to learn, you will choose. The course is same, the content is same, the degree is same, the fees are a little bit different, right? So pedagogy gives you the options to choose how you want to learn and what you want to learn. The course has some flexible structure. Now in India also the concept came, like many universities are engaging with flexible curriculum where the student can choose any of the course in the syllabus uh, based on their interest. For example, the student can choose one course from semester 6 maybe in semester 1. So that flexibility is there. So you complete the module you want, but that is very like there are some criterias like prerequisite. Also, not all the time possible because if you go to like Coursera, you will find that courses are locked and some courses are having prerequisite. Some of the modules you can do without prerequisite. So heutagogy gives you the liberty, not entire like liberty, but you have certain liberty on what and how you want to learn. And that is like very much possible in digital education. And you have everything ready, because what happens in the regular classroom, uh, since taken by offline and by teachers in the classroom, it is not always possible that all the classes are ready and going on simultaneously. But digital platforms, digital environment allows to give that opportunity that everything is ready, all the courses are ready. You just come and join whatever is relevant for it. Next term, the last term that we need to know is the cybergogy before we talk further about digital education. This is a new term, I'm sure, for most of you. Cybergogy is a very, very recently used term, and it is a framework combining cognitive, emotional, and social aspect of learning in online environment. So we had a brief idea about a few like terminologies very frequently used when we talk about digital education. Next, we'll talk about the learning modes and environments that we have in digital education. These are important to create the base knowledge for the people dealing with digital education. And most of you know these terms. The first one that is important is called e-learning, and but we need to know the differences a little bit. E-learning refers to learning that is conducted by electronic medias. E generally refers to electronic use by electronic medias, typically on the internet. So you need the internet, you need some electronic media for e-learning. Blended one, blended is both the traditional and the e-learning together. So you have the face-to-face traditional learning teaching with the digital learning component. That means e-learning. So e-learning plus traditional learning is or blended learning. Online or virtual learning refers to fully internet-based, uh, without any physical classroom. The learning takes place in uh, online learning. Mobile learning is very important. The concept has a background I will tell later. Mobile learning means that the learners are using mobile devices for learning. Here, mobile does not refer to the distance learning. Mobile here refers to that you are using mobile phones to learn, because recently we got a huge data that it's actually we don't need data for that, but most of the learners are learning using mobile phone. For example, school kids, college students, and that comes when we question about the accessibility. uh, when we talk about digital education, it's not that everybody can get it. It needs multiple things together, multiple financing things together. For example, you need internet, you need device, you need the fees to pay. And when fees, when I mention fees, it is huge. If you go to any of the good university website, they will charge you like foreign universities. If I talk about, it will start almost to minimum with like 10,000 European pound. If you go to Britain, it will be 10,000 GBP, each of the degree courses like master's courses. That is the minimum. Like I am saying, it can range to 37,000 GBP. uh, and in US also, you will find like a huge amount of money they are charging for online degree programs. So accessibility is not that much there, but yes, free tools are there. Some Indian universities like Mizoram University, then Aligarh Muslim University, uh, they are providing like very reasonable fees for online learning as well. So you can consider like those courses if you are interested in learning in Indian universities. So mobile learning, the topic what I was discussing is that most of the learners still in India, Asian countries, uh, African countries, they're learning using mobile phones because they don't have the luxury to have a high-end laptop system. Uh, the last term is e-learning. That is, that simply means that learning can happen anytime, anywhere using uh, any type of devices. So it is a device independent learning system, like where you can learn using any kind of devices at any time. And that is only possible when you have some like LMS, which does not need any system requirement. So you can learn using mobile phone, you can learn using laptop or any other type of devices. So these are the learning modes and environments that we have in digital education. Next, briefly, I will discuss the digital ecosystem that we have. Like, what are the environments that we use? We have majorly three environments that we use: the LMS system, the MOOCs, and the virtual learning environment. These are the three systems. LMS, that's learning management system. It starts with WordPress plugins that you can simply install on your website and create the LMS system, or you can use like a Microsoft Teams as well. That is also a very common LMS system that many universities use. MOOCs are massive open online courses provided by Swayam and all Coursera. And for them, they develop their own LMS system. Coursera has its own LMS system that is developed. Uh, like Swayam also has developed its own LMS system. And virtual learning environment refers to a digital space where teaching and learning interaction occurs. So VLE is a like generic type of term that we use for the digital ecosystem. These are the digital skills and digital literacy, particularly digital literacy, uh, and very important to know the differences between them. The three terms that I have mentioned here will help you to get a brief idea about the differences. Digital literacy, media literacy, and information literacy. these three are a little bit different. Digital literacy is something like the ability to use digital tools. So, for example, I know how to use uh, maybe website, maybe the LMS system. So that is my digital literacy. I know how to join a forum online, how to discuss with others, how to submit the assessment, and that is the digital literacy, the ability to use the digital tools critically, ethically, effectively. So that is the digital literacy. Media literacy is understanding and analyzing the media content in digital context. So, for example, let me give an example. You have joined a Coursera course, maybe MOOC course, and then you went to the system LMS, and you are easily you can just watch the videos, then go to the next one like that. So that is digital literacy you have. But the content that is presented here, if you can't interpret them, if you can't understand, so that is somewhere media literacy is not there, right? So media literacy is that you are understanding the multimodal media present represented in the courses. So that is media literacy. The last one is very, very important when we talk about information literacy. Information literacy comes with knowledge, comes with information as well. So it simply means that the information that is served to me is correct or not. So the ability to locate, evaluate, examine, and use information effectively. You know that online is a very dangerous space, like multiple information you can find on same thing. So which one is true and which one is not? If you can examine that, then you have the information literacy. You will be served with multiple information online, but information literate person can see we don't know everything, right? So what we have to do, we have to understand the how to verify the information. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to even verify the information online, because wherever you are going to verify, that may also have certain bias, that also can have some references to the false news. So it's very difficult to verify something online nowadays as well, right? The correct source is not defined. If you search, for example, let me tell you, you found something very strange in your classroom, right? So your teacher is teaching you, you have a doubt, is this information correct or not? And that is maybe a very recent an event happened, and you want to verify that. So you thought that let me search on GPT, chat gpt. Now chat gpt you searched. Now chat gpt also referred to the same website that the teacher also used for teaching. So it will say, okay, it seems very correct, it seems right. But being information literate, you failed to verify the correct information, because the internet information sometimes are having so much of biasness. So, but you have to develop your information literacy to at least what I should say, verify the information online. Right? So you should have that ability at least. Next thing that I will like discuss is the emerging concepts and trends in digital education. Multimodal learning. Multimodality started like with the emergence of movie, emergence of like drama and other forms of art as well. But when it came to internet, we saw reel videos and all these things also are multimodal in nature. Now, if multimodality is consumed by people, it simply means that we are having multiple modes. For example, a reel video, it has a text embedded, a sound embedded, a message embedded, right? Some voice embedded, and some caption embedded, the keywords, then hashtags, right? So these all are making it more like consumer friendly. Who are the consumers? The users on the social media, for example. Same concept is applied to the classroom. Uh, since we have this type of modes, we can maximize and make content using those things to engage the students, to maximize the participation as well, right? And make the classroom engaging. Now, how these things are used now, we are recently in a discussion with our Symbiosis Dubai campus to develop a course where like we can teach the teachers to create certain short films and storytelling element using AI's video making tools. So what we are trying to do, we are embedding different types of modes. For example, you are teaching in a classroom, but you are like not like in like a traditional classroom, like coming and starting and doing things, everything you are doing. No, you are coming and engaging in between the classroom, like a class, and the content is designed in a way that it has a very smooth flow and uh, using those storytelling like animated videos. We are making the classroom, for example. It's very interesting. I shared one post on LinkedIn as well. So there is animated video in the entire, like about the entire class, and like there are pauses when the teacher will intervene and like give certain insights. So it's a very good flow of the class. Like students like that particularly generated our AI generated uh, that storytelling animated movie. It will interact with the students, it will talk to the students, and in between the teacher is coming and facilitating. So it was very nice like project that we are discussing. Let's come to the next term that is used here, that is the gamification. It's going on for for years now. Gamification is pedagogic element, but also used for andragogic, like classrooms, for some of the classrooms, not all the classrooms. So it is using gaming elements. Coming to the next one, adaptive learning. This is very important, and we had a very good discussion at King's College London. We are thinking about to make use of the adaptive AI technologies. Adaptive AI means AI will learn the user. For example, we have 30 learners. So AI will predict the performance based on the like last few days or last few weeks performance that the student has done or the group has done. So it will do in two ways. It will be in the like user level or the student level, and also the batch level. So each batch, the AI will start studying the like students or the users, and it will adapt itself to like help us differentiate in the classroom. So adaptive AI is a very good concept, recent concept, and we are trying to use that in digital education as well. Learning analysis, it's a data driven approach for the digital education where we collect data also. That is very difficult for the traditional classrooms, but now having this technology is like very helpful for doing this learning analytics, where we collect the data for all the batches, and this adaptive AI what I discussed, these type of technologies also help us to improve the classroom, not only the like teaching environment, but also the multimodal content and student and faculty satisfaction as well. The last very important emerging concept is open educational resources. For like India also was very thoughtful about that. They made one country, one subscription, just because they wanted these open educational resources. Uh, this simply means that the resources online, not everything is like available to the learner. If I am citing something or if I have the subscription of a newspaper, for example, the Hindu, if I have the subscription, then I can read certain articles online, but you may not be able to go and read the same article, though I have cited that, right? So open educational resources is the idea that if we are teaching online, we also need to make sure that we have more and more archives, we have more and more open learning resources for the students where they can simply go and have that. and the cost behind that may be taken care of by the institution or where you are learning exactly. uh, like we can't say that everything should become free at a time. uh, it's not possible because there are multiple private stakeholders who are keeping this kind of resources restricted, right? But that's a concept that is emerging now, that educational resources online should be free and there should not be paywalls as well, right? A few critical perspectives that you may also think. The first one is digital education for all, and that's also part of the Sustainable Development Goal 4, right? Quality education for all. Now, this very strange thing that you may know that digital education is not available. Like if you think that I'll do a degree course, I'll do a certification course, like you have to like pay also for that, right? And if you want to learn from YouTube and these kind of open environments, that's completely fine. You can do that. But if you want to have a formal learning, like from a institution, you have to go through a lot of processes. Like you have to uh, meet the eligibility, you have to pay the fees, right? And then also like there are seats are like some universities are not like they will take, they have a huge intake, they don't do that because though it's online, but until the technology is that much developed, we also make a limited cohort for the batches. For example, UT Austin, we only take 30 students in a batch, though it's online. uh, Indian universities like Aligarh Muslim University and Mizoram University, they take huge students in a batch, but that is not the ideal system. And we find very much systematic failure for that. But digital education for all is a concept where we think about making this digital accessories like laptops, mobile phone, at least a mobile phone, to all the learners. All the schools should like have the computers and the internet connection. Internet connection, internet society, like is working to make it at least spread the literacy that internet access should be there in all the areas, particularly the rural areas. So this is one of the like biggest challenge that we have, and it has multiple layers. For example, if we give a mobile phone to a village school student, and we hope for digital education is going on, we are very much on the track. Then it's not true because it also comes with the internet fees, right? Internet charges. It comes with electricity. It comes with many other elements that may not be like just giving a mobile can fulfill, right? So it's a multi-way process that we have to work, that we are trying to work. Electricity should be there in the villages. Then the devices, at least mobile phones, should be there for the learners. And if there is one mobile phone in the house, you know that it will be very difficult for the learner to learn. At least maybe somebody from the house will ask that give the phone, will call, right? Some other person will ask, like a young kid will ask that give the phone, will play games. So there are multiple challenges in making digital education for everyone. But yes, uh, we are seeing a huge rise now. Connectivity and connectivism, like same concept, connectivity, how much internet connection that we have created, how much like we have reached people through digital education as well as internet. But the happy part of it is now 220 million people like enrolled in the MOOC courses till now. And the very like it's not a very sad part, but like it also shows that the purchasing power and also the excess of digital education, that 70% of these learners from 220 million people are using mobile devices to learn online. Participatory culture. Digital learning should not be a solo learning platform. and solo learning environment. We should have a participatory culture, and that is where many of the learning initiatives fail. For example, in countries like India, when we just introduced the online degree courses, we we are hugely in the process to develop student engagement. Now, if you join these degree programs, you'll find that teacher is coming and just giving the lecture, leaving it. Uh, some students are sleeping, some students are playing games, some students are not listening at all. If you cold call, the students are somewhere else. Some people like are camera off. Okay, camera off is also acceptable, but like if the student is listening, right? In, for certain reasons like internet access and all, we can say that okay, it's fine. But these are hugely happening, and that's not a participatory online classroom. Digital divide and rights, like education for all, we are now thinking that digital education for all should come also as a like educational right, and that is hugely appreciated, and many countries are focusing on that part as well, including India. So we are happy that our country is also progressing, but it will take time. Like we should not like blame and find ourselves very guilty of like not developing that much as Europe, because our institutions are just stepping towards digital education, and like they are doing very good. Some universities are really doing very good, but they need some time maybe. And the best part of it is that Indian universities as well comparing themselves hugely with the international universities, and they also are stepping their foot towards the international education. For example, you know that IIT Delhi opened campus in Dubai, Beats opened campus in Dubai, then Symbiosis, Amity, they are also becoming international brands nowadays. Ethics in EdTech is like something like very important. And why it's important? In the recent years, we found that many EdTech companies emerged, though they have done very good. We cannot say that they have done something very wrong, but they are the pioneers in India, will say that, who started this like collaborations with the good universities to give the digital education programs. Though there are certain concerns raised by UGC, and UGC and Association of Indian University is not going to allow those degrees. But EdTech company, the bad part of it is they have much ethical concerns. For example, the partnership they do is not properly regulated by the Indian agencies, educational agencies, and controlling bodies. The second part of is it the quality of the admission is something like we need to think about. The third part of is that the uh, uh, fee structure. Fee structure they are charging. That is like, though in comparison to the offline and traditional classroom is low, but still it's huge. And the fourth ethical concern that we have for the edtech companies which are running these degree programs in India as well, uh, that is they don't inform the system failure that they have. For example, if you learn from them, you will not get equivalence in India, right? You may not get equivalence in Europe sometimes as well, because Europe also the verification agencies who verify the degrees, they have certain rules, like the degree should be at the same time recognized by the awarding institute and in the country where you are studying, right? So these are a few like ethical challenges I mentioned for the edtech companies in India particularly. Policy interventions, we need to a little bit think about that also when we talk about digital education. We have certain policies which are very like vague, kind we will say, by our governing bodies like UGC. And like, for example, if you do a online course from like University of London a few years back, it could not be recognized. Okay. So what is wrong in that? Like nobody knew. University of London is the university in the model. The first three universities in India are like established, right? But Indian UGC is saying that we will not recognize a direct online degree. You don't have any mediator or edtech company in between. If you do a direct course from University of London, it will not get the equivalence in India. And what is wrong there? Like that's a big question. But now, recently we called, like I called personally to Association of Indian Universities. I asked them like if a student is doing that, like why, like what is the like main point that you are not giving the equivalent certificate for them? And they said that things are changing now, and they will give, maybe they will consider uh, if it is directly done from the University of London or a good university. So policies are like some policies need to be changed with time. Some policies need to be a little flexible. Like you cannot like simply ruin somebody. For example, another thing I am telling you, dual degree programs are now allowed for the UG and PG courses, not for PhD. But a few years back, some students who did that, right? Uh, their jobs are like I know one example in Delhi. One school teacher like was like her job was taken because she did like B.Ed and masters together. So somewhere I think these are should be case to case based uh, like final decision should be taken, not like you have done that before our regulation came and you can't do. I think this is some, it should not be applied everywhere. Some legal process, it's fine. But for education, if, for example, if you have done dual degree programs, there was no rule at that time, but you are coming with the same rule now and allowing others, and you have ruined the career of that person. Like that's very bad. So policies in education, particularly in India, are a little bit like need to be improved and mature with time. But yes, for a country like India, why UGC and Association of Indian University a little bit skeptical, because people are tend to do like many things in India, and which like are not always acceptable. So since we have a huge like population and we do multiple type of things, so it's like normal to become a little bit skeptical. Beverages, but still should consider certain areas, certain policies. Uh, Unfortunately, this is over for this year. We had one publication opportunity for all of you, that is on digital education for all. It was Q2 journal by Emeralds, but sorry, the deadline was June 15. So this year it's closed. Maybe next year we'll open it again. Uh, it's a good publication opportunity that we had. We had one dedicated special issue by Emerald, and you could like publish here your paper if you had something on digital education. Now, what is the structure that we are building now? We have universal digital education initiatives that we discussed with UNESCO. We're working with UNESCO now, and this is the main body that we are like building for digital education. UDI, the short form, and under UDI we have the Association of Digital Universities, Association of Digital Education Institutions, Association of Digital Education Providers, Digital Education University Ranking Framework, Digital Education Forum. So this all comes under UDI, Universal Digital Education Initiatives. And we also have one dedicated university that is maybe for the first time we are trying to do is like fully digital university, though we have a few like government initiatives as well now we can see, which is like completely digital. They are also trying to build some institutions which are completely digital. In Kerala also, maybe there is one Kerala digital university or something like that. Also one more digital university government of India is trying to build. We are also trying to come with Learners University, the first digital university of India. We have Indian Internet Observatory and Association of Internet Governance Initiatives. These all are connected together for digital education. These are also a few things that we recently had. We had a roundtable discussion at University of Delhi, talking about how we can make a shared commitment for this digital education. We have also one opportunity at University of Helsinki. There is one working group that I currently chair that is on reawakening consciousness, pedagogies of hope. But we also focus on digital education there and participatory learning for transformative futures. This year, UDI, Universal Digital Education Initiatives, hosted its first conference, uh, which was like hosted by many universities, Parin Polytechnic, Christ, Mangaluru, Kalinga Institute, and the Learners University. Offline, it was there at Parin Polytechnic and Christ deemed to be university. So next year we'll have this conference again. So please like try to connect again if you want to participate in this international conference on digital education for all. Thank you so much for giving me the chance, Dr. Manish. I will end with the quote from World Bank and leaving you to think this, that technology alone cannot transform education. It must be combined with effective pedagogy and human support. So, yes, thank you so much. Think more about faculty satisfaction and student satisfaction at the end of the degree or the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abirlal Mukherjee. The house is now open for questions. If anybody is interested to ask questions, which I think should be the case because this has been a very interesting session. So, any other questions on us?
So
Any,
I have a question, sir.
Yes,
It's not a question; it's just a sort of a.
please go ahead.
Am I allowed?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So
Please go ahead.
thanks, sir, for Mukherjee, sir, for a wonderful session. Earlier, we think that e-learning, virtual learning, m-learning, all these are synonyms. So thank you for elaborating on the differences, and we come to know that these are the different terms, and you have very well explained the differences. Sir, you talked about digital learning, and especially in case of India, what we think that still we prefer offline learning rather than e-learning. MOOCs are there, swim courses are there, but still we find that in India that the means people are more satisfied with the offline learning as compared to the online learning. Maybe there are some limitations over here. So how can we overcome these limitations, especially in the regions like Punjab? I'm from Punjab. So means how can we make e-learning or online learning more relevant? Because as technology is overpowering everything, so even we want our studies to be better with the use of learning. Thank you.
Okay. What is your name? I not find
Dr.
that. Yeah.
Sandeep from Punjab.
Dr. Sandeep. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Let me tell you this. For the last few years, we are working at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, IISc Bangalore, to develop one application like for online learning. And for that, I was the main, like I was reviewing the tutorials and all, how things are going on and all. Uh, then we observed, like we thought that we should also first see how the other universities are also delivering the courses. Okay. And I'm making it very open space. I take the names, no problem. I think we should be like a little bit daring to take the names. Okay. So I joined a few online degree programs when it was like the sessions are delivered. I just joined online silently. Okay. In Aligarh Muslim University and Mizoram University's online degree program. Just to observe how they are delivering the courses. And like it was in 2020, end of the 2024. In this was first batch they started. And what is like we observed that there are 60, 70 student in the session and one teaching associate, not a faculty, okay, not a full faculty, full professor or somebody, or assistant professor also. One teaching associate is joining the call and like simply just like reading out something. I don't know what was that content. No presentation, no interaction. First 10 minutes just to ask the student, please don't unmute, please don't unmute, please don't talk. Okay, uh, like that. Okay. Then after 10 minutes, just read out something, gave some like questions and something, right? And left the call. So that is the situation not only in those universities, but in many universities. The reason is these things are very new here. Like we never thought of having online degree programs. Now we are having that, right? So uh, how to develop? That is the question, right? If we have something like that, how to develop? What were my recommendation to IISc also? My recommendations were very simple. If you want to develop something as a beginner, because India is a beginner in the beginner stage for these online degree programs, uh, we should observe the universities who are delivering these courses for the last few years globally. For example, we need to go and study the Arizona State University's courses. Simply go and study the courses they have delivered for the last few years, and they have much better quality of content they have developed. They have focused on the content based on the student and learning engagement, right? So if you open any MOOC course, forget about degree courses, if you open any Coursera course even, you'll find that Arizona State University professors are like uh, putting so much effort. They are coming as a bunny. Sometimes they are coming like the same video will take you almost 2 to 3 weeks to record, because it has multiple elements where the teacher is changing the costume, coming in different dress, like acting out things, and like it has like that kind of flow. It has multiple instructor for a 5 minutes like recorded lecture if you find there, right? To develop that kind of content, like much effort and much like workforce is like needed. That is now we don't have in many universities. That we have not developed that much like team, we can say the team for this kind of digital degree programs. We just having some associates who are coming and teaching. It seems like just somebody connected and is talking. Okay, students are not there, some students are sleeping. That is also true. We asked some students that like have you ever slept in your class? Most of them said yes, we slept in the class. So that should not be there. What we are planning now, that online classes should be like using the storytelling elements using AI. So if I plan a lecture and it is a live lecture, not a recorded video has multiple scope to do. Just go to Coursera, for example, and see how it works. Uh, Take the reference, develop your course. That's fine. Or take better examples. If you have better examples, go and watch them. Observe it before you develop. But in India, we have launched, we have to do instantly. We have to do things now. And that is also like not something bad. We have to start something, but the background work is needed. That is not there, right? So what I was thinking about just now, that we are trying with Symbiosis Dubai a new course where we'll develop the course live like lecture content, where we'll integrate the storytelling element. For example, it will start with the video, okay, where the like animated character will come and like have the introductory talk, then the teacher will intervene. So it will be a full drama type of like classroom that we are designing, trying to design with AI and all. uh, that was my answer. Like background work is much lacking. We have to do that, focus on two major things: student and faculty satisfaction. These terms we use very frequently when we talk about digital classroom.
Agree, sir. Very well explained, sir. I got my answer. Really, sir, the content is different for online learning. What we used to do is that we go unprepared, what I think. Means proper background working is more important to make online learning effective.
That is not the fault of the faculty in India. Faculties are not reliable like for like these problems. We should not say that they are the reasons for these problems. Uh, See, Arizona State University, multiple times take Arizona's example. Arizona State University does not let a MOOC content go before multiple reviews. Okay. And it takes like 5 minutes video to multiple revisions, multiple edits, multiple cuts. They have a huge team to do that, right? They have multiple people doing that. They have a studio to record that. But where we have those things now, if you ask your faculty that you take this class online, faculty will definitely has multiple things prepare for 15 minutes, half an hour, go and take the session. That is happening.
Yes, sir. It's happening, sir. Right,
Thank
sir.
you, Professor Mukherjee and Dr. Sandeep. Anyone else with any question? And please be more specific with your question. Any other participant? You can also type in the chat box, but your question should be specific. No general questions, please. Okay, I guess there are no more questions. Thank you very much, Professor Abhilal Mukherjee, for an exceptionally enlightening and intellectually enriching plenary lecture. On behalf of the organizers, the World Association of Authors and Researchers, SKR College, Barbigha, Munger University, and all the participants present here, I extend our sincere gratitude for sharing your invaluable knowledge and expertise with us. Your lecture has provided us with a comprehensive understanding of the rapidly evolving landscape of digital education and has challenged us to rethink the future of teaching and learning in an increasingly technology-driven world. One of the most valuable takeaways from your address was the thoughtful distinction you drew between digital education, digital pedagogy, and digital andragogy. While digital education refers to the broad ecosystem of the technology-enabled learning, you eloquently explained how digital pedagogy focuses on designing meaningful learning experiences through technology, whereas digital andragogy emphasizes learner-centered approaches tailored specifically to adult learners. These distinctions are of immense significance for educators and researchers striving to create inclusive and effective learning environments. Equally thought-provoking was your discussion on heterogogy, the concept of self-determined learning, where learners become active architects of their own educational journeys. In an age where knowledge is abundant and continuously evolving, this paradigm encourages curiosity, autonomy, critical thinking, and lifelong learning, qualities that are indispensable for both educators and students in the 21st century. Your reflections on cybergogy further broadened our understanding of digital learning by highlighting the cognitive, emotional, and social dimensions of online education. As virtual classrooms increasingly becoming integral to higher education, your insights reminded us that effective digital learning extends beyond technological platforms. It requires meaningful engagement, collaboration, and human connection. What made your lecture particularly inspiring was your ability to connect these theoretical frameworks with the practical realities of contemporary education. Your presentation has encouraged all of us to view technology not merely as a tool, but as a catalyst for transforming teaching methodologies, expanding access to knowledge, and fostering innovative educational ecosystems. I'm confident that today's plenary session has provided every participant with fresh perspectives and practical insights that will continue to influence our teaching, research, and academic practices long after this conference concludes. Professor Mukherjee, thank you once again for your remarkable scholarship, your visionary ideas, and your generous contribution to this conference. It has truly been a privilege to learn from your expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to join me in expressing our heartful appreciation to Professor Abirlal Mukherjee. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. We wish you continued success in all your future academic and professional endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. Thank you, Dr. Manish. I will take leave now. Thank you to all the participants for their love. I'll see you again later.
We are waiting for our second plenary speaker, Professor Maya Dodd. Dear participants.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm very much here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are requested to check your, do you have a PPT presentation?
Yes. Yeah.
Kindly check the technicalities, ma'am, if everything is fine.
Yeah. Are you able to see it?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to make it full screen?
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Is this working for you?
I'm
No,
not
it's
sure about, for me, it's not working. What about others?
Now?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Great.
Yeah, it's fine, ma'am. It's working.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah.
So we are good to go for our second lecture.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the second plenary session, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our next distinguished speaker, whose work has significantly enriched the fields of digital humanities, public history, archives, and South Asian studies. Our second plenary speaker is Dr. Maya Dodd, an eminent scholar, educator, and internationally acclaimed researcher, whose academic career exemplifies an inspiring commitment to expanding access to knowledge through digital technologies and archival innovation. Dr. Dodd is a leading voice in the field of digital humanities in India and serves as one of the directors of Milli Archives Foundation, the country's pioneering non-profit organization dedicated to nurturing archives and promoting public access to historical knowledge. Through her scholarly and public initiatives, she has consistently worked towards democratizing archival resources and fostering a more inclusive understanding of India's cultural and historical heritage. She earned a doctorate of philosophy from Stanford University, where her groundbreaking doctoral research focused on archives of democracy in India since 1975. She subsequently pursued prestigious postdoctoral research at the Committee on South Asian Studies at Princeton University and at the Center of Law and Governance, Jawaharlal University, further strengthening her interdisciplinary scholarship. Dr. Dodd's academic journey spans 3 continents, encompassing teaching and research in India, United States, and the United Kingdom. As a founding faculty member of Flame University, she played a pioneering role in establishing one of India's earliest liberal education programs. At Flame University, she teaches digital humanities and modern South Asian studies, where her research explores the dynamic intersections of technology and history, data and citizenship, culture and archives. Her scholarly contributions extend well beyond the classroom. She, in 2023, has served as an associate editor of IGHSC, a journal of humanities, arts and computing, published by Edinburgh University Press, one of the world's foremost journals in digital humanities. She also serves on the editorial board of Public Humanities, an international peer-reviewed open access journal published by Cambridge University Press, reflecting her standing within the global academic community. Her international recognition is further demonstrated through numerous prestigious appointments. She serves as World Advisory Board member at the University of Rochester and has held visiting fellowships at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Humanities, University of Edinburgh, Cambridge Digital Humanities, and the European University Institute. These appointments underscore the global relevance and impact of her scholarship. Dr. Dodd also continues to shape the future of digital humanities in Asia. She serves on the advisory board of Digital Humanities Intersections, India's first dedicated journal in Digital Humanities and co-edits the Pioneering Digital Humanities in Asia book series, providing an important platform for emerging scholarship across the region. Her work beautifully demonstrates how digital technologies can preserve historical memory, strengthen democratic engagement, and transform the ways in which knowledge is created, shared, and experienced. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to invite Dr. Maya Dodd to deliver her plenary lecture. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you with us today. Your pioneering work at the intersection of digital humanities, archives, technology, and public history continues to inspire scholars across disciplines and continents. We eagerly look forward to learning from your valuable insights and rich academic experience. Dr. Maya Dodd, the podium is now all yours. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. That was a very generous introduction. I appreciate the chance to do this. And I will try to sort of be bilingual in terms of maybe getting through to more people in the audience. But sometimes, we get stuck in the ways we are used to giving lectures. But I am very cognizant that the audience actually is located in Bihar. And for that reason, I'll try to switch between English and Hindi. I appreciate जो पहले भी स्पीकर थे जिन्होंने आज के ज़माने की प्रॉब्लम्स आउटलाइन किए, and they are very significant considering that we are not only in digital but we're also at the age of AI. So in a sense, मेरा जो talk होगा is 2 steps before, which is the basic question of where do we get our knowledge from. ये जो ज्ञान है जो AI को भी मतलब फीड हो रहा है और जो हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी उनका प्रचार हो रहा है, ये एक्चुअली हम कहाँ से लाए हैं और ये कहाँ मिलता है आज के जमाने में. द क्राइसिस टुडे एक्चुअली इज नॉट कि लोगों को केवल एक्सेस नहीं है, जो पहले होता था बहुत दिक्कत उस बात में, और इट वाज अ हिस्टोरिकल लेगेसी प्रॉब्लम कि जब तक ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटीज ना बनी है ना तब तक कैसे लोग एडमिशन ले पाएंगे. आज के जमाने में जहां देखो ज्ञान है लेकिन मोटिवेशन बहुत कम है. तो जो जिस शख्स को एक कोई प्रश्न हो, कोई मोटिवेशन हो कि मुझे अपनी ये टॉपिक की जो प्रॉब्लम है उसकी रिसर्च कहाँ करनी है, उस मुद्दे पे दिस टॉक होपफुली विल हेल्प. दिस इज अ लोकेशन ऑफ आर्काइव्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड जो कि काफी डिजिटल भी हो चुकी हैं, नॉट कि सबकी सब डिजिटल हो चुकी हैं, लेकिन बिकॉज ये डिजिटाइज हुई हैं उस कारण आपको कहीं से भी फॉर सम ऑफ दीज आर्काइव्स एक्सेस मिल सकता है. एंड द आइडिया इज टू मल्टीप्लाई एक्सेस फॉर दोज हु आर ऑलरेडी इंटरेस्टेड. तो आई होप कि ये जो रिसोर्सेज है एंड ये जो स्लाइड शो होगा ये किसी को भी मतलब मिल सकता है, ये ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को भी एक कॉपी भेजी गई है, तो उस हिसाब से आप देखिएगा व्हाट इज यूजफुल टू योर वर्क. आई जस्ट स्विच दिस ऑफ. ओके, सो नाउ पहले से अगर देखा जाए कि कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटीज कौन सी जगहों पर हमारी आर्काइवल कलेक्शंस रखी जाती थी, तो ऑब्वियसली रॉयल एशियाटिक सोसाइटी कम्स टू माइंड. वो 1823 में एस्टैब्लिश हुआ. उसके बाद एंड पर्टिकुलरली बिकॉज आर्काइविंग एंड कॉलोनियल हिस्ट्री का बहुत ताल्लुक है, तो 1837 से जब इंडिया ऑफिस एक बना, अलग से रिकॉर्ड्स रखी गई. पैरेलल इंटरेस्ट था ऑफ कोर्स इंडोलॉजी में, तो आप लोग को पता ही होगा खुदा बख्श लाइब्रेरी का लॉन्ग एंड इलस्ट्रियस हिस्ट्री. भंडारकर ओरिएंटल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट इस शहर में है, पूना, जहां मैं रहती हूँ. एंड उसके मतलब उसके अलावा भी बहुत 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 जगहों पर जो हम कहेंगे एनालॉग आर्काइव्स मतलब मिलते हैं. एंड दिस मेंट कि आपको वहां जाकर एक्सेस करना होगा. सो आपको पता है कि उस जगह पर है, लेकिन यूजुअली इन पर्सन एक विजिट वगैरह चाहिए रहता था. अब आज के जमाने में बहुत कुछ बदल चुका है. तो क्या बदला है इसकी, सम ऑफ दीज प्लेसेस अपने कलेक्शंस को डिजिटल कर चुके हैं. तो जैसे कि भंडारकर ओरिएंटल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट को एक ग्रांट मिला, उस दौरान उन्होंने थोड़ी थोड़ी चीजें डिजिटल की. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हर चीज A to Z अवेलेबल है, लेकिन जो है अवेलेबल पहले हम उसका थोड़ा मतलब एक्सप्लोर करें कि क्या कहाँ है. 10 साल पहले एक चीज शुरू हुई कॉल्ड साउथ एशिया ओपन आर्काइव्स. ये एक प्रयत्न था कि जो चीजें डिजिटल हों साउथ एशिया पर्टिकुलरली के टॉपिक्स में, वो चीजें मिल पाए लोगों को. एंड आपको पता होगा जिन लोगों का रिसर्च टॉपिक कॉलोनियल हिस्ट्री वगैरह ज्यादा रहा है कि बहुत मटेरियल्स एक्चुअली बाहर के देशों की यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड जगहों में मिलती हैं. तो टू गेट द डिजिटल कॉपी साउथ एशिया ओपन आर्काइव्स हैज बीन वेरी यूजफुल ये दिखाने को। एक प्रोग्राम है जो आई थिंक आप लोगों को शायद इंटरेस्टिंग लगे, ये है इंडेंजर्ड आर्काइव्स प्रोग्राम। ये ब्रिटिश लाइब्रेरी का एक है ग्रांटिंग बॉडी, एंड ये भी ऑलमोस्ट इसको भी 20 साल हो चुके हैं। इनका एक्चुअली वेबिनार है जो आप रजिस्टर वगैरह कर सकते हैं आजकल के लिए। इसका मुद्दा मकसद ऐसा है कि जो आर्काइवल मटेरियल अभी तक अवेलेबल नहीं हुई है, जो मटेरियल एनालॉग है, उसको डिजिटल कैसे किया जाए। सो इंडेंजर्ड आर्काइव्स इज छोटी छोटी कलेक्शंस जो एक एक कोई शख्स ले उसका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, एंड उस जिम्मेदारी से हम सबको एक्चुअली डिजिटल एक्सेस मिले उस आर्काइव का। तो ये है इंडेंजर्ड आर्काइव्स प्रोग्राम के बारे में। जो बहुत बड़े बड़े यू कैन से इंस्टीट्यूशनल कलेक्शंस है वो है लाइब्रेरी ऑफ कांग्रेस पे, ऑफ कोर्स यूके में तो बहुत ही हैं, एंड उसके अलावा छोटी मोटी भी एफर्ट्स रही हैं। तो पहले तो हम बहुत बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशनल एफर्ट्स के बारे में बात करेंगे। ये है ऑब्वियसली फिल्म्स डिवीजन का, फॉर इंस्टेंस पूरा जो था इंस्टीट्यूशनल हिस्ट्री, ऑल इंडिया रेडियो की जो एपिसोड्स थी जो वो डिजिटल करी, ये ओपन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डेटा का एक एफर्ट है कि सबको मिले एक्सेस गवर्नमेंट डेटा का। बट इसके अलावा जो स्लाइटली हाउ डू यू से इतने ऑफिशियल नैरेटिव्स ना हो, वो अलग तरीके से आई हैं इन द पब्लिक स्फीयर। तो ये है जैसे पीपल्स आर्काइव ऑफ रूरल इंडिया। ये एक बहुत प्रसिद्ध जर्नलिस्ट हैं पी साईनाथ, उन्होंने ये शुरू किया क्योंकि 1980 से केवल वो एक लौते जर्नलिस्ट थे जिनको एक रूरल न्यूज बीट का ये डेस्क दिया गया। तो उन्होंने सोचा कि देखिए एक आदमी कितना ही कर सकता है, तो अगर सब लोग अपने अपने गांव के बारे में कहानियां बताएंगे तो बहुत ज्यादा पॉपुलेट हो सकता है ये पूरा रिपोजिटरी। तो ये शुरू हुआ डिजिटल इन अ सेंस बॉर्न डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे। आप जानते होंगे पहले भी एक न्यूज़पेपर था खबर लहरिया, और खबर लहरिया भी जो पहले प्रिंट होता था फिर वो फेसबुक पे ज्यादा उसका प्रचार होने लगा। तो डिजिटल के आने से बहुत चीजें बदली इन टर्म्स ऑफ टेक्स्ट से लेके ऑडियो वीडियो तक चीजें आ पाई। इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट भी ऐसा एक है जो सोचे कि सबके घर में कोई ना कोई फोटो रहती है अपनी फैमिली की, तो अगर वो सब बांटे और अपलोड कर पाए अपने हिस्टोरिकल फोटोग्राफ्स, तो इन अ सेंस एक बहुत पब्लिक आर्काइव बनेगा सबके चित्रों का। तो ये भी एक शख्स का एफर्ट था, लेकिन अब इतने 10+ साल हो चुके हैं, बहुत फैला है ये चीज। इसके अलावा वी हैव अनदर प्रॉब्लम कॉपीराइट का। तो कॉपीराइट का प्रॉब्लम ऐसा रहता है, एंड ये दो तरह का प्रॉब्लम होता है। एक होता है कि जो कंटेम्प्रेरी किताब है अगर हमने उसको अपलोड वगैरह किया तो लोग कहेंगे कि हमने कॉपीराइट वायलेट किया है, एंड ऑफन ये अनलेस आपने क्रिएटिव कॉमन्स में रजिस्टर किया हो ये आप पे इल्जाम लग सकता है। तो उस कारण रेयर बुक सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो हैं उन्होंने आउट ऑफ कॉपीराइट बुक्स को डिजिटली अवेलेबल बनाया है, एंड है बहुत ऐतिहासिक एंड इम्पोर्टेंट किताबें ऐसी। और फिर रहती बात जिस चीज के बारे में ना कोई वीडियो, ना कोई फिल्म और ना कोई किताब हो, उसको हम कह सकते हैं ये जुबानी ऐतिहासिक चीज है। ये ओरल हिस्ट्रीज ऑफ द पार्टीशन और ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स ने कैप्चर करने की कोशिश की है। तो लोगों के इंटरव्यू वगैरह पकड़कर हम एक ऐतिहासिक चैप्टर का ज्ञान प्राप्त कर सकते हैं जो कि ऑफन टाइम्स अभी तक लिखी नहीं गई है उस तरह से जो लोग अपनी खुद की मतलब जुबान से कहते हैं। सो ये जो क्राउडसोर्स्ड कहिए कि इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट से ये बन पाए हैं, माने ये बहुत फैला है आज के जमाने में। एंड आप देखते हैं इंस्टाग्राम पे 101 हैं ये हैंडल्स, और लोग अपने शहर के बारे में, अपने कम्युनिटी के बारे में क्या क्या नहीं कह रहे। तो उतने में अगर देखा जाए जैसे सम कलेक्टर्स जैसे अलकाजी कलेक्शन है जो कि बहुत बहुत बड़ा कलेक्शन है फोटोग्राफ्स का इंडिया में, उनकी अपनी कलेक्शन पे हक है, राइट। तो उनका मतलब क्या बोलेंगे, उनका मन है कि वो इसको पब्लिसाइज करे, खोले दुनिया को देने को या नहीं। तो इस हिसाब से इवन कैटलॉग जो आर्काइव्स में बहुत अहम रोल रखता है, कैटलॉग भी लोगों को ऑफन पता नहीं रहता कि है क्या इस कलेक्शन में। तो एक बहुत अमेजिंग प्रोफेसर है NYU में, आबू धाबी में, राहुल सागर करके, उन्होंने ये काइंड ऑफ एक वेबसाइट बनाया कॉल आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया, और ये सारी जो पुरानी पीरियोडिकल्स वगैरह की टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट्स आप समझ लीजिए, उनको लिंक किया है कि क्या हो सकता है यहाँ और वहां, और ढूंढने में लोगों को इतना वो परेशानी ना हो। एक जो मैं अभी जिक्र की इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट की, वो उनका बहुत हाथ है इन टर्म्स ऑफ ट्राइंग टू कंपाइल कि क्या क्या है आर्काइवल साइट्स, वेबसाइट्स जो, तो ये आप देखिएगा, ये URL इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट आर्काइव डायरेक्टरी का, आप जा सकते हैं यहाँ से टू मेनी प्लेसेस जो उन्होंने लिस्ट की हैं। तो ये बहुत सुंदर तरीके से उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया। लेकिन इससे आगे एक एफर्ट रहा है देश में सारे आर्काइव्स को कलेक्ट करने का, कि उसका आप समझे डायरेक्टरी बनाने का जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हो। तो ये जो डायरेक्टरी एक सर्वे फॉर्म वगैरह से शुरू की गई, वो एक्चुअली IIM अहमदाबाद के एक शख्स हैं चिन्मय तुम्बे, जिन्होंने उस बात को फिर से ऑनलाइन एक डायरेक्टरी के तौर पे प्रेजेंट किया है। Now, why is this important? Because एक तो हमें पता होना चाहिए हम फिजिकली कहाँ जा सकते हैं, कौन से आर्काइव पे जा सकते हैं इस देश में, और सेकंड पॉइंट है कि वेस्ट एंड अदर देशों में बहुत एफर्ट्स ली गई हैं कि उनके आर्काइव्स को डिजिटली रेंडर करने में, कि ये सब लोगों को मिल जाए। तो इवन हमारे यहाँ भी ये एफर्ट्स जारी थी। नेशनल म्यूजियम फॉर इंस्टेंस की कलेक्शंस को गूगल आर्ट्स एंड कल्चर ने कैप्चर किया। मीनवाइल एक प्रोजेक्ट हुआ सबका साथ में, जैसे मिनिस्ट्री का एंड इवन UK की कलेक्शंस का, कि देखिए सबके पास एक तरह का वो है इंडियन कंपनी पेंटिंग्स की कैटेगरी में अलग अलग सैंपल्स। तो क्या होगा अगर एक ही छतरी में सबका कलेक्शन हम मिलजुल के सॉर्ट ऑफ दिखाएं। तो ऐसी एफर्ट्स भी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग रही हैं, कोलैबोरेटिव। एंड ये जो क्वेश्चन है कि क्या कहाँ मिलता है, एक बहुत ही अहम क्वेश्चन है। और एक हमारी कॉलीग हैं रोशेल पिंटो, जिन्होंने एक आर्काइव का, नॉट सिस्टमैटिकली बट जो आदमी जिस या औरत जिस आर्काइव में गई है, वो अपनी कहानी बताए कि ये आर्काइव की ऐसी स्थिति है या अच्छा बुरा जो भी, राइट। तो ये एक तरह का सॉर्ट ऑफ सर्वे रिपोर्ट कहिए। एंड दूसरा है मीडिया आर्काइव, जो कि अगेन ये कॉपीराइट वगैरह के मामले में कभी कभी फंस जाता है, लेकिन आई एम श्योर आज के जमाने में काफी आगे चलेगा AI वगैरह से, एनोटेशन स्पेशली। तो हम देख रहे हैं दोनों साइड से चीजें चल रही हैं, सरकार की साइड से भी, प्राइवेट साइड से भी। एज आई मेंशन, फिल्म्स डिवीजन भी एग्जिस्ट करता है, और ये पद्मा करके PAD.MA सिटीजन मेड मीडिया आर्काइव भी एग्जिस्ट करता है। सिमिलरली नेशनल म्यूजियम वाला आर्ट वाला आर्काइव एग्जिस्ट करता है, और ये भी है एशिया आर्ट आर्काइव व्हिच इज कम फ्रॉम प्राइवेट मनी। तो इट इज ए वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टाइम कि दोनों साइड से बहुत कोशिश रही है कि सब लोगों को थोड़ा थोड़ा कुछ तो मिले इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो परहैप्स हिस्टोरिकली लोगों को एक्सेस नहीं थी। तो ये लिखा है जी, क्या 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 क्वेश्चंस निकल सकती हैं इन आर्काइव से। एंड पहला तो यही था, राइट, कि चीजें कहाँ है, किसको क्या प्राप्त हो सकता है। एंड ऑल्सो रिसर्चर्स के लिए स्पेसिफिकली, अगर आपने कल्पना की कि सारे दुनिया की आर्काइव्स को एक ही क्वेरी से हम क्या बोलेंगे परख पाए, तो कितना अमेजिंग होगा, राइट। एंड आज के AI टूल्स बहुत ये सब कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इंडिया एंड पर्टिकुलरली साउथ एशियन मटेरियल्स का ये प्रॉब्लम रहा है कि सब बटे हुए हैं अलग अलग जगहों में। तो इट्स नॉट एक्चुअली फीजिबल अनलेस सबकी डिजिटल अवेलेबिलिटी गारंटीड हो। लेकिन रिसर्चर्स आज के जमाने में बहुत अलग अलग क्वेश्चंस पूछ सकते हैं, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली उनका एक्सेस अलग हुआ है पहले रिसर्चर से। और ये दो तरह के एक्सेस है, मैंने कहा जो एनालॉग से डिजिटल बने, सेकंड है जो डिजिटल में ही पैदा हुए। सो आप देखिएगा हमारे देश में वी हैव अ कॉन्सेप्ट की एक गवर्नमेंट फाइल डीक्लासिफाई होती है 30 साल बाद। अगर आप पिछले 30 सालों के बारे में सोचे तो आपको ये सॉर्ट ऑफ स्ट्राइक करेगा कि कितनी चीजें व्हाट्सएप एंड ईमेल एंड ट्विटर वगैरह पे कही गई हैं। इनका तो कोई कागजी कोई दूसरा ये नहीं है प्रूफ। तो डिजिटल वाला भी एक पूरा चैप्टर शुरू हुआ है जिसका आर्काइविंग का मुद्दा मतलब उसका बहुत अहम है आज के जमाने में। तो इसलिए ये सारी क्वेश्चंस कैन बी आस्क्ड। जस्ट अ क्विक रिकैप, अगर एनीबडी इज लॉस्ट मी आई विल रिटर्न टू इंग्लिश, कि many of these archives constitute essentially digital historical materials. These archives have come into being through grants such as what I mentioned with the Bhandarkar Oriental Institute. There are other crowdsourced efforts like the Punjab Digital Library, Project Madurai, which started because people said, where are all the books in Tamil? Let's start uploading. Where are all the dispersed materials in Punjabi heritage? They exist in Urdu, they exist in Gurmukhi, they exist in many scripts. How do we put them together in one space, which was the Punjab Digital Library? These efforts have begun since the early 2000s. So we are at least at the 20-year mark. And on the right side of this slide, you will see, as I mentioned, many individual also efforts, not only institutional, like Asia Art Archive and Indian Memory Project, etc. So together they make a very strong site now for doing what is called public history, both in terms of telling your own story, but also being able to research the primary sources from different spaces. तो आप एक स्टेट वाला ऑफिशियल नैरेटिव एक दूसरे सिटीजन नैरेटिव के साथ भी कंपेयर कर सकते हैं, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है हमारे लिए इन टर्म्स ऑफ आज की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन वाले जमाने में, व्हेन यू आर डबल चेकिंग समथिंग, क्रॉस चेकिंग समथिंग. तो ये जो हम कह रहे हैं कि ये आर्काइव्स यूजफुल हैं, एज ऑफ एआई में और भी यूजफुल है, बिकॉज हमें यकीन होना चाहिए कि जो बात कही गई है वो एक्चुअली क्या बोलेंगे, वो वैलिड है, वो वेरीफाइड है. एंड ये वेरिफिकेशन बहुत जगहों से हो सकती है. ऑफ कोर्स यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड ऑल के लाइब्रेरीज में ये सब चीजें रही हैं, बट ऑल्सो आई वांट टू से कि एक्सेस सबका गारंटीड नहीं है. सो देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन समटाइम्स कि ये जैसे आप देखिएगा ड्यूक यूनिवर्सिटी में एक गजब का ये है साउथ एशियन पैम्फलेट्स का कलेक्शन, परंतु हम यहाँ रहते तो हमें यहाँ इसका एक्सेस अलाउड नहीं है, समझिए, क्योंकि ये पेवॉल के पीछे है या उनके लाइब्रेरी के उसमें है. तो ये एक बहुत जरूरी इस पे सोच बहुत जरूरी है कि हम सबको यहाँ बैठे बैठे जो ऑलरेडी डिजिटली अवेलेबल है उनकी यूनिवर्सिटीज में या कहीं दूसरे देशों में, वो हमें कैसे मिले. तो ये इश्यूज ऑफ एक्सेस एंड सर्च फॉर सोर्सेज जारी है, आई थिंक, इन टर्म्स ऑफ हमारे जमाने में. तो ये बहुत बढ़िया लगा सबको. ठीक है, आर्काइव है, उसमें चीजें हैं, ये वो. अब उसका किया क्या जाता है, तो आप देखिएगा एक बढ़िया वेबसाइट छापखाना करके, जो कि उल्रिक स्टार्क करके एक प्रोफेसर है यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो में, जो हिंदी के पब्लिशिंग इंडस्ट्री का खोज कर रही थी. तो उन्होंने ऐसे किया, एंड आई विल नॉट क्लिक ऑन इट क्योंकि गूगल मीट में कुछ और कर लेगा शायद, लेकिन ये मैं आपको शायद ये आई कैन सेंड यू द एड्रेस चैट में, आप देखिएगा खुद. ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है, चलो एक एक्सेल शीट बना दिए हम, उसमें डाला ये पब्लिशर इस जगह पे जारी थे, इस टाइम पीरियड में जारी थे, उस ही एक्सेल शीट से. एंड ये डिजिटल ह्यूमैनिटीज का सॉर्ट ऑफ कमाल है, क्या कुछ नहीं हो सकता. माने कि टाइमलाइंस बन सकती हैं, आप हीट मैप्स देख सकते कि कौन सी जगह में ज्यादा पब्लिशर्स थे 1830s में वर्सेस व्हाटएवर 1930s में. ऐसे टाइप के जो डिस्टेंट रीडिंग, जो फ्रैंको मोरेटी कहते, डिस्टेंट रीडिंग क्वेश्चंस इस डेटा से बहुत आसानी से सॉर्ट ऑफ की जा सकती है. तो ये एप्लीकेशंस तो इन्फिनिट हैं, लेकिन ये बात कहनी जरूरी है कि हमारे जमाने में डिजिटल के बहुत ऑफ कोर्स यूजेस हैं, इंक्लूडिंग रिसर्च एक्टिविज्म वगैरह, बट इसका मतलब नहीं कि हर चीज लोगों तक पहुंची है. तो उनको पहुंचाना भी कोई एक दूसरा टाइप का एक मकसद है. एंड हिस्टोरिकली स्पीकिंग आई थिंक कम्युनिटी आर्काइविंग एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्पेस ऑफ मोटिवेशन है जहाँ की ये हो रहा है. कम्युनिटी आर्काइविंग आप पूछेगा क्या है इन टर्म्स ऑफ, अगर आप नेशनल फिल्म्स डिवीजन का आर्काइव देखेंगे या नेशनल आर्काइव्स देखेंगे इंडिया का, या बिहार स्टेट आर्काइव्स देखेंगे, कम्युनिटी आर्काइव्स यू कैन से जो डेमोक्रेसी का डेफिनेशन होता था कि फॉर द पीपल बाय द पीपल, कि ये अपना ही हम कहानी खुद बताएं, ये भी कोई चीज है, ये भी कोई मकसद है. एंड आज के जमाने में विद स्मार्टफोन्स क्या क्या ये बहुत पॉसिबल है. तो उस कारण एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग
Excuse me, ma'am.
क्या
Ma'am, there is a message for you. Can you please check your message on WhatsApp?
Oh, okay.
Sorry for intervention, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay. I'll switch on the camera. Yeah. So yeah, so if you can see on this slide, you'll get a sense of the extent of archives. There is open access, which mostly is available to everybody, such as Google Arts and Cultures, little snippets of collections. There's partial access, meaning, as I mentioned, Ideas of India, links to journal articles, like the table of contents, not the full article. That means you get a sense, but you can't get to the end point of the article. And then you have completely behind paywall, like the South Asian pamphlets I mentioned at Duke Library, or the oral histories of partition. So the point is that there is a need to kind of think about what can we do with these digital archives. And as I mentioned to you with Chhapkhana, I'll paste it in the chat. There are reasons to actually collaborate, and humanities, and particularly, in terms of literature, we are used to ideas of single authorship. So for us, collaboration has been a challenge. But as I said, with community archives, you cannot produce it without collaboration. So to tell these new stories is important in terms of putting people in the same space, and also in terms of perhaps changing the focus of how you're representing the issue. There's many other ways in which this is happening at scale. If you look at the British Library, there is data visualization that has been done through the 2 Centuries of Indian Print project. Please take a look, it's a fabulous one. As I mentioned, there's oral histories being captured, like at the Center for Community Knowledge at Ambedkar University, where the Delhi Citizens Memory Project sought to get different people's sort of specific interviews on different topics. And the truth is that all of this together can create new public interest. I began this sort of talk by talking about the fact that AI uses information. Where does this information come from? And we live in an age of abundance. Our problem is not only that, we often can access this or not that. Our problem is often motivation. Why am I interested in this or that? And honestly, what the previous speaker also, I think, brought to the fore was that you need engagement, and you need people to participate in the process of making knowledge. This is the real fact of why digital humanities matters in our time. And you can use many tools. I'll just show you the uses of some of them going forward. But basically, with all these resources in different archival spaces around the world, what are we going to do? And the truth is that we're hopefully going to answer our own questions, no matter where the historical sources lie. So if you look at, for instance, the UK, the British Library's India Office records have so much colonial history that it was very difficult to get access previously. But now many things have gone online, and you can take a look at what the holdings have. Meanwhile, specifically, as I mentioned, in the case of the US, there have been projects and such which have brought Indian archival holdings online, and also their holdings to us in terms of going digital and global. So you have, whether it's the Netherlands, Denmark, France, many, many places where these repositories have become digital. And of course, these are also being needing, driving licenses, right? So courses, in a way, are ways to learn techniques to use this information. And there's many, many digital humanities courses that are offered, short-term, long-term, online, offline. The word is often winter school, summer school, that kind of nomenclature. But you can definitely take a look at some of them. Some, like the programming historian, you can self-teach. You don't even need to really, wait for class. You can literally teach yourself how this works. So there are many, many tools out there. And I hope that people are inspired by the holdings of these archives to be motivated to ask their own research questions and to use this better. The tools, as I mentioned, this is a list of some of them. Night Lab has it's open and free tools, particularly for timelines, which are very useful for historical work. Many of you now know with AI, you don't even need WordPress. You can just make your own websites, without. And so in that sense, the tools will keep changing. But what is happening at exponential rates today is information. So we have, as I said, analog information, which was in archives often, but we also have born digital information. And this is something that is, I don't have to tell you this, things are very quick. You can look at a Twitter trend, an X trend, to understand what topic is trending, what people are saying about it. You can literally do what is called sentiment analysis to understand opinion. So what do people feel about Iran war? What do people feel about, different topics? Very possible. I'm not here to teach you about the tools, but I'll just mention that previously, many social media companies used to give us access to their APIs. Now they don't. And so what we're seeing really is, again, different AIs doing things with access to certain data. Grok as an AI has been very good for social media analysis, particularly in a time when the old access routes are closed. So for those reasons, I hope that people will think not only about historical archives in terms of historical questions, but also contemporary questions, because you can do research queries in terms of social media analysis. And I'm very happy to discuss further these tools or their applications. But in any case, this is a very early sort of story that's unfolding. And I hope that you will reach out to us at Milli Archives Foundation and to me in terms of academic questions. But the hope is that this is interesting to people who are motivated. So I will, sort of look forward to your questions. And I will also share with you a link, which is for a course that is available online. This is a Swayam course, so any professor in the country can offer it for credit. The assessment is up to you, how you want to assess it. So it's not even what timing problem here. You don't have to sync with the Swayam calendar. You can offer it whenever you want to offer it. And for that reason, I think thank you for sharing the slide deck. It has all the links I have mentioned to you. And the other last one I wanted to show you was the example of what archives can do with digital humanities tools, which is the Chhapkhana website. Please take a look at the timeline tool. It's very interesting in the history of Hindi publishing. And apologies if somebody couldn't understand one language or the other, but I'm hoping with AI we can find a way to transcribe this better. So thank you so much. Yeah.
And we have received many requests from the audience for the PPT that you presented.
Yeah. Please go ahead and share it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very interesting presentation. Now, the house is open for questions. Any questions from the participants?
Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah.
Good to be here. Yeah, Maya ma'am, can you please share some details about video links like video archives, how to access?
Yeah. There are, as I mentioned, media archives like the one I just did. Now, it depends on whether you're looking for films specifically or you're looking for news. News is a problem because Times of India or whoever, they are like copyright. They're proprietary about their information. So they won't go ahead. Older footage like films division, etc., of course, is more available because it's out of copyright. So I'll just send you 2 sites for video, generally speaking, but specifically news archives are difficult to get. But other video, as you know, is available in different ways. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just want to ask something. May I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, ma'am, I really loved your lecture. Everything is very new to us, means it's very informative. Ma'am, I just want to ask, means we should start from which archive? Being a fresher, from Chhapkhana or any other, that is easy for us.
See, actually, Sandeep, the question is, what is your question? It's like saying which word should I start in the dictionary? What you want to look up?
Ma'am, I just want to know that what is the process to we can assess these archives just by clicking on the link, or there are step-by-step, there are multiple steps for this?
It's like
some
Encyclopedia Britannica. It's infinite, really.
Yeah.
So therefore, it is your search. What are you searching for? If somebody's searching for the history of Hindi publishing, they may go to one particular site, right? If somebody else, so it depends on the time period. What is the area, so to speak? If you look at the slide deck, I think it's been shared. Archives for All. The slide deck.
For the short stories, means if someone is interested in short stories.
No, archives don't contain short stories. Archives are spaces of official information. They don't contain literature. Then the way you're saying, that's different.
Okay.
Yeah. These are usually historical facts, right? Which have been photographs, memories. Yeah. So this is not a fiction-based.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Any other questions from any participants? Fine. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any question? No. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Dr. Maya Dodd, for your exceptionally insightful and intellectually stimulating plenary address. Your lecture has illuminated the transformative potential of digital humanities in preserving cultural memory, expanding archival accessibility, and fostering new approaches to scholarship in the 21st century. Your reflections on technology, archives, public history, and democratic knowledge have provided us with valuable perspectives that will undoubtedly inspire further research and meaningful academic engagement. On behalf of the organizers, the World Association of Authors and Researchers, SKR College Barbigha under Munger University, Munger, Bihar, and everyone present here today, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your expertise, wisdom, and invaluable experience with us. We sincerely thank you for your gracious presence and wish you continued success in your scholarly pursuits and future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to join me in expressing our sincere appreciation to Dr. Maya Dodd with a warm digital round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Maya Dodd. Thank you so much. All of you to join expressing our sincere appreciation.
Dr. Saikath, you may please announce the next plenary session. Parallel session starting at 12:30.
We start with the third plenary speaker. And as we all know that we start our parallel sessions from 12:30. So there is paucity of time. We are crunch in time. So as we continue with the third plenary session, third speaker, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next distinguished plenary speaker, an eminent academic, researcher, and internationally recognized expert in the fields of computational linguistics, natural language processing, and artificial intelligence. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, who is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, one of India's premier institutions of higher learning and research. Dr. Singh's academic journey reflects a remarkable blend of engineering, linguistics, and computer science. He earned his bachelor degree of engineering from MNIT Jaipur before pursuing advanced studies in language technologies. He subsequently completed his Doctor of Philosophy in Computational Linguistics at the International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, where his doctoral research titled Modeling and Application of Linguistic Similarity made a significant contribution to the field of computational language analysis. Over the years, Dr. Singh has built an impressive research career spanning India and Europe. Before joining IIT BHU, he served as a postdoctoral researcher at the Interdisciplinary Laboratory of Numerical Sciences, France, where he was associated with the internationally renowned Speech and Language Processing Laboratory. His professional journey also includes academic appointments at the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology and extensive experience as an independent researcher in natural language processing. Dr. Singh's research interests encompass a wide spectrum of cutting-edge domains, including natural language processing, machine translation, computational linguistics, speech and language technologies, language resources, artificial intelligence, and multilingual computing. His work continues to bridge theoretical linguistics with practical computational applications, making significant contributions to the advancement of
Sir, your mic is off.
So kindly unmute.
Dr. Saikath, sorry for intervention. Our third plenary speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, could not join because of one or the other reason. He is yet to join. So we will have to end this session with chair remarks from Professor Maya Dodd. And our next parallel session will start at 12:30. It will continue up to 2:30. The third plenary session will start at 3. All the participants, please make it convenient for you to join all the sessions. Professor Maya, if you are there, we invite you for your chair remarks, presidential remarks. of the question.
See, not there.
Oh, okay.
So you can conclude this session.
Dr. Sagat, you may please continue with concluding this session. Your mic is off, sir. You are muted, sir.
I thank the organizers of this conference, especially Dr. Manish, for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session, where I was fortunate to be associated with two enriched scholars who have been doing exceptional work in their respective fields, and being also exposed to some of the newly technological terms which I was completely unaware of. I'm sure the participants, many of them also were unaware of. So it has given us new vistas of research that we can explore in this particular field. This session has truly been, I'm sure without doubt, has been a very enriching and remarkable one. So without wasting much time, I would like to sign off from here and start our session at 12:30 dot, I guess we start. So I request all the participants engaged in the parallel sessions to be there at least 5 minutes before, so that we can abide by the time and be very specific about it, because presentation is what matters. We all have worked very hard for the presentations, and we should be having the time that we are told about, and that can only be possible if we as participants collaborate and cooperate with each other. Thank you very much to the organizers and Dr. Manish and Barbigha College. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, all. Dr. Menon, Professor Menon, what is time
Hi.
there? What is
It is
time?
5:20 a.m.
Oh, 5:20 a.m. Hello, Professor Jerry Vandan. Hi. What's time?
Hello, good
Yeah,
morning,
what's-
everybody.
Good morning. Good afternoon from India. So what's time there in Canada?
It's 5:27.
Yeah,
Yes,
same. So we are in the same time zone.
Yes, same time.
Other side of the world.
Yeah, so 2 minutes is left. We'll start in 2 minutes.
A respected chairperson for this plenary session, Professor Kumar Mishra, distinguished speakers, eminent academicians, researchers, scholars, students, and all the participants joining us from India and abroad. A very good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the third plenary session of the second international conference, the second day today. As the moderator of this session, I extend my heartfelt greetings to each one of you. Today's plenary session brings together three eminent scholars whose work addresses one of the most significant challenges and opportunities of our time, the transformative impact of artificial intelligence on higher education, research, and literary studies. Their deliberations will encourage us to rethink academic integrity, digital scholarship, and the evolving ethical dimensions of knowledge production in the age of AI. Before we begin, I request all the participants to kindly keep their microphones muted during the presentations. You may post your questions in the chat box or note them down for the interactive discussion that will follow the presentations. Now, the first speaker for this plenary session we have Dr. Garima Dalal. Before I hand over this virtual podium to ma'am, I'll briefly sum up her literary scholarship. Dr. Dalal is an associate professor of linguistics, teaching English for academic writing to research scholars and postgraduates at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She was the first to introduce the concept of mind mapping to Indian scholars in 2010 during a capacity building program at JNU. Dr. Dalal completed the Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages methodology course with the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, USA, sponsored by the US Department of State. She recently coordinated a virtual exchange program on sustainable communities with the University of Texas, Dallas, USA. In November 2023, her contribution towards gender-inclusive communication was recognized by Srimati Smriti Irani, the then Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development. as a part of the policy document for all training officers at Lal Bahadur Shastri Training Academy, Mussoorie. Over the years, Dr. Dalal has imparted exceptional unconventional English language and linguistic techniques for the past 17 years in various international universities like South Asian University by SAG and national universities like Jamia Millia Islamia and Delhi University, New Delhi. She has been a resource person to many national and international organizations and universities like the University of Essex, United Kingdom, and the Staff Selection Commission, Government of India, along with assisting in speech and language therapy at the National Health Services, UK. Dr. Dalal has authored several research papers and books on various aspects of ELT. It is my now honor for me to invite our first distinguished speaker, Dr. Garima Dalal, who will deliver her lecture on Beyond Copy-Paste, a taxonomy of thinking as an antidote to plagiarism. Dr. Dalal, the virtual floor is yours now, and we are looking forward to your talk on the topic.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari, esteemed colleagues, fellow educators, friends. It's a privilege for me to address this plenary, and I'm genuinely grateful to the organizers, especially Dr. Manish Kumar, for inviting me and allowing me to place this question. What do we do about plagiarism? And what plagiarism is really a sign of? And this is going to be the center of our conversation today. I want to use my time with you to say that, to say something that I think will be probably uncomfortable for some, and that I have come slowly and with reluctance to believe is true. So let me begin not by a definition, but with a question. When a student plagiarizes, what is it that they truly lack? Is it integrity? Or is it the cognitive tools to read, to think, to write independently? We have answered this question for too long in one way or the other, but let's be honest, we have treated plagiarism as a moral failing to be detected and punished. I suggest that plagiarism is far more often a cognitive failure than an antidote, the antidote that is not surveillance but thinking. So this is the proposition I wish to defend over the next half an hour, and to defend not in the abstract, but with reference to the classrooms we actually teach in, the regulations we actually operate under, the students that we actually teach in our classrooms. So in context to that, I would like to go ahead. I argue in essence three things. So the first is that the way we have framed plagiarism for the last 25 years has been diagnostically wrong. Second, that the framework that we need to think about has actually been sitting on every teacher training syllabus since the middle of the last century. And third, that India of all countries has the most to gain by getting this reframing right. And we are also the most to lose by getting it wrong. Now, plagiarism is neither new nor uniquely Indian. The global response to it has been overwhelmingly technological. If we date back, Turnitin was founded in 1998, and its similarity detection software became worldwide standard for our academic integrity. And now for nearly a quarter of a century, this single piece of software has come to define what we today carry to mean by academic integrity. Now, to be a good teacher in this implicit definition was to submit one's student's work to a database and trust the percentage it returned. Isn't that? So the pedagogical question that follows is, what kind of thinker is this student becoming? And this was quietly displaced by the actual question, that is, how much of this text that the student is submitting to us, it overlaps with the text that we have seen before. The displacement between these two is so gradual and so general that most of us, myself included, did not notice it happening. Now, coming to November 2022, we have ChatGPT. It puts a fluent text generator into the hands of every student with an internet connection, and the problem suddenly grew and blew up overnight. Now, in its first year of analyzing the student writing, Turnitin found that roughly 11% of the papers contained at least 1/5, which is 20%, of likely AI written text, and about 3% were overwhelmingly machine generated answers. Now, those numbers, alarming as they are, they tell us only one part of the story that detection can see. The fraction of student work shaped by AI is almost certainly larger, and it is simply better disguised. That's all. So institutions everywhere kind of responded the way they always have, by purchasing better detectors. And yet detection treats only the surface. So where teaching has replaced policing, the results differ sharply. Now, plagiarismcheck.org in 2025, they have reported that plagiarism in final submissions fell from 80% to 15% after a single writing ethics workshop. Mind you, 80 to 15% after a single workshop. So I want you to hold that figure in mind, because it suggests that the cognitive work that we have been outsourcing to a software was all along the work our students were ready to learn, if only we had thought of teaching it the correct way. So the global lesson is already visible. The real question is whether India will choose to learn it. The lesson is available, we have the data, but what remains is the institutional will. Now, why India cannot afford to ignore this? Let us be honest, we know India is the largest education system on earth by sheer institutional count. More than 1,100 universities, over 45,000 colleges, more than 2 lakh students enrolled in doctoral programs. And behind those numbers stand the largest cohort of our young scholars that any country has ever attempted to educate at once. So India will produce in this decade alone more graduate writers than the entire population of, let's say, European nations. Now, whatever pedagogy we settle on will scale to a magnitude no other higher education system has had to think about. The scale of this kind magnifies every weakness that we have. If you look at a 2024 survey by an Indian researcher on Indian research students, it found that 31.1% of the students, Indian research students, they did not recognize content similarity as plagiarism. Let that figure rest for a moment. Nearly 1 in 3 of our most advanced students cannot identify the very thing our regulations are built to police. And this is not a survey of incoming undergraduates. These are research students, men, women, girls, boys who have already cleared a master's degree, who are in the middle of producing a thesis, and nearly a third of cases cannot reliably distinguish a paraphrase from a plagiarism. So the gap is not at the entry point of the system, it runs full length of it. And this is not for the want of national attention to artificial intelligence. The India AI mission was funded of at least 2,000 crore rupees in the union budget of 2025-2026. That is 156% increase over the previous year's budget estimate. Now, AI is a national infrastructure, mind you, and our students will not use less of it next year. They will use a great deal more. Let us be prepared for that. So the cognitive challenge that we have before us is not going to recede on its own. So we, in other words, are building a generation of researchers who have access to these generative tools. It will exceed anything that previous generations could have imagined. While they could have simultaneously discovered that their training, independent of the thought, has not kept pace with the current times. But that gap is an entire subject of this lecture itself. So let us look at the regulatory response and its limitations. India has not been passive. 2018, UGC came up with the regulations of on academic integrity, a mandate to check similarity similarity checks for these theses, these dissertations, and they were set out at 4 graduated levels of plagiarism, ranging from minor revision at low similarity to cancellation of a student's or a candidate's registration when it exceeded 60%. So more recently, Indian institutions have begun treating unacknowledged AI content that is generated by students as plagiarism, even though the 2018 regulations predate the generative tools entirely. So by any measure, this is a detailed and serious framework. I do not say this dismissively. The 2018 regulations were a real achievement. They named the problem. They set the thresholds. They assigned the consequences. Yes. For an academic culture that for decades has treated plagiarism with a shrug, they were long overdue for an act of seriousness. And yet the framework is already straining because Indian universities have begun rejecting doctoral theses which are found to contain unattributed AI-generated content. The reason is structural. From end to end, the architecture is one of detection and penalty. It tells a student that copying is forbidden, but it does not teach them what should the student do instead. So it is basically addressing the symptom, but it is leaving the cause untouched. And that cause is cognitive. It has shaped the law. It was shaped long before the student actually reached the university to meet us. Across those 12 years of examination-driven schooling that rewarded accurate reproduction far more than independent thought. That's what we made our students. So imagine for a moment what it has cost a student whose doctoral thesis is rejected at the very end on the grounds of AI-assisted plagiarism. Years of work, financial sacrifice on part of a family. Some students postpone their marriage, postpone their career. All of it is undone at the Viva. So we owe such students, and they're not few, the honesty of asking whether the system has produced them, ever taught them what it then punished them for not knowing. So in most cases, I submit it did not. Bottom line is, to name the cause precisely, I turn to a framework that is itself global. So Benjamin Bloom and his colleagues set out their taxonomy of cognitive objectives in 1956. Anderson and Krathwohl revised it in 2001. Now it is worth pausing on the date 1956. 1956, before personal computer, before internet, before the very idea of generative AI. A framework that was written for us, that the world has somehow become, that the world already had, we all had, but it has become the most useful map that we possess, especially for the educational predicament that we are going through today. And that is not because Bloom and his colleagues were astrologers. Right? It is because they were asking the only question that finally matters. What is it exactly that we want our students to be able to do with their minds? So the 2001 revision is not cosmetic. Bloom's original arranged the highest cognitive level as evaluation. Anderson and Krathwohl moved create to the apex, recognizing that the act of producing something genuinely new is most demanding when it comes to cognitive operation of a learner and how he performs it. So that single chain should govern how we set every assignment that we give. Yesterday's plenary by Professor Robert from Tokyo did have these questions, but there were no answers. So today in this plenary, I want to give those answers, right? That single chain should govern how we set our assignment that we give to our students. It describes these 6 ascending levels of thinking. First 3 are remember, understand, apply. These are called LOTS, lower order thinking skills for those who are new. And the next 3 are analyze, evaluate, and create. These are higher order thinking skills, HOTS. I've written for quite some time on these, right? So these are skills on which genuine scholarship depends. This is the single most important diagnostic table that one can offer. If you have a look, we have set a question that asks students merely to recall a definition, restate what a textbook paragraph says. Levels 1 and 2. Now, we have designed an assignment that any research engine or search engine or AI or any paraphrasing tool or any LLM model, large language model, can complete on a student's behalf. Now, plagiarism in such a setting is not a moral lapse, but it is a path for least resistance for our student. Move the question 1 or 2 steps higher. Analyze, evaluate, create, and the same tools, they become aids rather than substitutes. So the cognitive work cannot be outsourced and copying loses its point. So allow me to elaborate this on the next slide. Now here is the central insight. Copying a passage is an act of retrieval. I'm just going and retrieving some information, the very first level of taxonomy. Right now, running that passage through a paraphrasing tool like a Quillbot. It was quite popular. I don't know if it's popular today or not. Right? It gives only a stimulated version of the second level. But neither of them actually even touches upon the skill of analysis, evaluate, or create. The plagiarizing student is not a thief. So much so as a student stranded at the bottom of the cognitive ladder. The point is clear. When we see the same failure in 2 students in 2 continents, let's say I ask a British undergraduate to write on the causes of the First World War and the weak response opens a search engine, quickly lifts a paragraph from an encyclopedia, reorders a couple of sentences, and ask an Indian postgraduate to write on the partition of 1947, and precisely the same thing happens. A Wikipedia paragraph, few words changed here and there, and a submission. What neither student has done is cognitive work. Neither of them have weighed the Mountbatten plan against the position of Congress Working Committee, nor has it set Aisha Jalal's interpretation of petition against Mushir Hassan's. So plagiarism is not a crime. It is the visible trace of thinking that has never happened. It is absent, in absentia. The research confirms this directly. Toker and Akgun they designed an assessment task at varying levels of cognitive complexity. And they found that AI-assisted plagiarism fell steadily as task complexity rose. So the higher order questions are not merely harder to cheat on. They resist cheating because they demand a kind of thought that no tool can supply on the student's behalf. I still remember the day 2003 to 2005 when I was a master's student in GNU. And our professors, we had an open book exam. You read any book, but you would not find the answer if you've not understood that concept. That finding, the finding of Toker, that finding ought to reframe our every conversation that our institutions are having about AI detection. The question that we should be asking is not how we can catch the student who has used the tool, but what kind of questions would we have to make? So, first place, the answer the research suggests is level 1 or level 2 higher on the taxonomy scale. Now, the taxonomy is valuable because it does two things at once. Diagnostic, it lets us ask at what cognitive level a given task and a given student are operating. And it is prescriptive in the sense that once we see that a task sits on this level, 1 or 2, we know exactly what to do. Redesign it to 1 or 2 levels higher. Now, this is not a foreign imposition on Indian educational system. NEP 2020 already calls for a decisive shift towards from rote recall, summative examinations towards competency-based higher order assessment. The policy speaks of conceptual understanding, critical thinking, creativity, because it explicitly aims at every stage of schooling to get these skills polished for students. Now, it calls for the abolition of high-stake board exams as principal organizing logic of secondary education. Now, read alongside Bloom, this amounts to national commitment to higher order learning. So what it has been missing is the bridge from policy aspiration to, let's say, classroom practice. So Bloom's taxonomy simply gives that policy a very concrete and classroom-ready method, which currently is not available or is missing. Now, a rule can forbid a behavior. I make a rule, forbids a behavior, right? It cannot build the capacity that makes the behavior unnecessary. So let's say picture a child who copies a classmate's arithmetic, right? He's copied some sum that the teacher gave. So we are not curing the student of the habit by writing a stern rule against copying. We cure it by teaching the child to do the sum. How do you add? How do you multiply? Right? Our universities face the same truth on a larger scale. Even if I consider today the coaching institutions that millions of Indian students pass for UPSC, JEE, NEET examinations, I know, I don't want to comment. Right? So they succeed not because they police cheating, but because they teach problem solving relentlessly until the student can alone do those, right? Rather than requiring some outside help. I do not hold up the coaching industry as a model of liberal education. It is not. But it carries a pedagogical lesson which is worth our attention. That those classrooms do not contain a single anti-cheating poster. They don't need to. A student who has been taught to solve the problem has no use of someone else's solutions. right? Integrity in those classrooms is not a value imposed from outside, but it is a byproduct of the competence built from within. And that is the lesson our universities have not yet absorbed. So this is why enforcement without scaffolding is hollow. India has among the most detailed academic integrity regulations in the world. Yet, AI plagiarism continues to surface in doctoral thesis. The lesson is not that our rules are weak. No. It is that the rules alone were never going to be enough. Integrity is a cognitive capacity, capacities that need to be built, not merely demanded. Now, coming to my area of English for academic purposes, if integrity is to be scaffolded, my perception is some part of the curriculum must do the scaffolding. And I argue that EAP is the natural home for this work. Even in my university, in the linguistic empowerment cell where I'm teaching, we are considered in the same light. But I want to say EAP is not remedial grammar. It is not a service course for correcting punctuation. At its best, it is disciplined teaching of the thinking that scholarship requires and the stages of a genuine academic writing task that maps almost perfectly onto the Bloom's ladder that I talked about. So for too long, EAP has been treated in the Indian academia as something between a service course and a soft option. Basically a place where students are sent whose English is judged inadequate. They are taught by faculty whose own status within the institution is too rarely commensurate with the difficulty of the work. So I want to challenge that perception directly. EAP, if it is properly understood, is not the room where the deficient student is fixed. It is the room where cognitive practices of scholarship are explicitly named, modeled. They're built. And they're built on need base for every student, not just for those students whose English is not a first language. So this table that you can see, it actually maps the actual stages of writing a piece of scholarship onto Bloom's cognitive ladder. So you see EAP isn't grammar, it's about thinking, teaching thinking in sequence. We have comprehension sources to understand, which is the entry level student. First must grasp what a text generally is arguing, not just what its sentences say. Paraphrasing and summarizing is the path between moving from understand to analyze, the hinge. If done well, this is not synonym wrapping. They're not swapping synonyms. I know I'm hungry. This is not synonym swapping, but it is rebuilding the meaning of a passage in one's own structure. Comparing different sources is analysis. Right? The student now holds two or more texts side by side. He's reading, mapping where they agree, where they pull apart, where is each one of them silent. And evaluation, where you are building an argument. You are a cartographer to advocate, taking a position, taking a stand, defending it with its alternatives. Right? And last is making an original contribution, creation, the topmost, where you are producing your scholarly insight that did not exist before the student wrote. So if you read bottom down, the column is a definition of scholarship, what a real scholar actually does, and top down, it is a syllabus. So it functions in both ways. Right? Now moving on, the AI question. None of this means we should fear artificial intelligence. AI did not create the problem of plagiarism. It is industrialized problem, right? That is already there. An AI generated paragraph is in taxonomic terms, level 1, artifact, fluent retrieval of nobody's ownership behind it. But at this very same tool, used well, can be a thinking partner. Yes. So Gonsalves in the Journal of Marketing Education found that generative AI can both enhance and challenge critical thinking depending on the cognitive level at which students are asked to engage with. The design of the question decides what the outcome is. For example, let's say I ask a student to discuss the significance of Bhakti movement. And an AI will answer it completely and competently. The task lives at level 2. And it is frankly not worth setting, isn't it? Ask instead, to what extent Kabir's poetry challenge the fixed religious identity? Ground your argument in 2 specific verses. Engage at least with one dissenting scholar's view. Right now, the AI can assist, but it cannot author. Because the task demands a position from the student that he must hold and he must defend. So that question lives at level 5. And it is in its truest sense, plagiarism resistant. Right? So the lesson is not to ban the tool. It is to raise the level of your questions. If you take a contemporary example, you ask a student to explain provisions of DPDT, right? So an AI will produce a couple of papers that the act says, right? But if you say compare the 2 acts, it'll argue, right? So now AI can only offer raw materials. It cannot do a comparison. It doesn't have a judgment. It doesn't have a position. So the question itself does the work. No policy is required on AI in case you can frame your questions well. So moving ahead, plagiarism as a symptom and not disease. Now this is reframing. This reframing asks us to challenge how we read a plagiarized paper. We must stop assuming that every instance is deliberately dishonest. Our students are not deliberately dishonest all the time. Let us be very clear. I'm pro students in this. So in practice, only a minority, perhaps 15 to 20%, is willful deceit or deception, right? But we must be honest about what it means to mistreat the other 80%. So a student who has copied because they were never taught to paraphrase and who is then accused of dishonesty rather than offered instruction, he has to be taught something. But not what we intended, right? He is taught that dishonesty is punishment. No, they have to be taught that the institution sees them as a suspect rather than a learner, right? So I want to change that definition. They have been taught that the right response to confusion is concealment. If you cannot convince them, confuse them. Remember? And very often, they have been taught to leave the academy altogether. So the pedagogical and ethical costs of that mistake are very difficult to overstate. The far larger share is cognitive unpreparedness. We are cognitively unprepared. Let us be honest. Students who were never explicitly taught to paraphrase, to synthesize their sources together, to take or defend positions on their own. This is what we've made our students. They can't make their own choices. But if we treat that majority as criminals, we miss the single greatest teaching opportunity in front of us. And the evidence that teaching works is now substantial. In a systematic study by Daniel in 2025, he analyzed 158 students, 158 studies, found that 94% actually reported significant gains in cognitive skills, including critical thinking, problem solving, analysis, when AI is integrated pedagogically rather than completely banning it. So the disease is not the tool, nor is it the student. It is the pedagogy that has to be stopped by asking our students to think. Now coming to the solution from the classroom of GNU's empowerment cell, Let me make this concrete with 3 tasks that I use personally at LEC in JNU. Each is designed to do one thing. That is to move the student up the cognitive ladder, and how I do it, right? Until plagiarism becomes not merely forbidden, but it becomes pointless for them at one point in time. So I share these not as templates to be imported, but as worked examples of a method. Every one of you in your own discipline, in your own institution, can design something similar, which is better suited for your students. What matters is that it is the principle, right? The form can be local. So the first one. So we begin by dismantling a myth that paraphrasing means swapping words from for their synonyms. A thesaurus can do that. So can Quillbot. And the result is level 2, right? Real paraphrase is comprehension. By rebuilding in one's own words. So we give students a dense sentence. For instance, I give them a sentence. Digital platforms have recognized, have reconfigured the terms of political discourse, collapsing the distinction between public deliberation and private expression. Now, before they rewrite a single word, they must answer these 4 questions. What is the central claim of this statement? What does each of the term actually mean? What is the author assuming? And do I agree? And why do I agree or why I don't agree? Only then do they rewrite. And the rewriting has become an act of analysis rather than substitution. So we use this simple analogy. Copying a sentence is like photographing a field of wheat, dhan ki photo, while understanding it is like knowing how this wheat grows. And you remember in school, when we were in nursery, we were actually made to go take a plate, take cotton, take some moisture in the cotton, and then put some seeds, and we saw it grow. One captures a surface, the other follows a process. We learn the process. The second method. Now for every source they read, the students, they build a 4-column table. So I asked them to make a 4-column table, right? The first is the source, which source they've got it from. What is the main claim of the source? What is the evidence or method that they're using? And what is their assessment, my assessment? So the first 3 columns are comprehension and analysis. They read and they do it. Now the 4th column is very interesting. My assessment is where I ask the students how they must evaluate. Do they agree? Do they dissent? Do they qualify with reasons? They have to have reasons. And this column, mind you, this column sits at level 5 of Bloom's taxonomy. And this is the column precisely which cannot be filled by AI on students' behalf, because it requires a judgment that only the student can actually hold. My third illustration is AI critique. Now, finally, we hand students an essay generated by AI, right? So we, for instance, on federalism in Indian Constitution, we do not ask them to write on their own. We ask them to critique it. So we basically ask AI to write, we give it to them, and we ask them to critique it. Now tell us, where is the argument thin? What has it left out? Has it left out something? What is it? What claims would not survive scrutiny? So students who can dismantle an AI essay can never again be fooled into submitting one to you, because they have learned to see exactly what such an essay lacks. So the tool becomes the object of higher order thinking skills, HOTS, rather than a substitution for it. Let me back my claims, because I know I'm a bit, I will take 2 or 3 more minutes. 3 findings anchor everything that I've said. Toker and Ekigan showed that higher order tasks measurably reduce AI. Wasson talks in the English journal 2 decades ago that Bloom's taxonomy could be used to teach students about plagiarism directly by deliberately walking them up the cognitive ladder. And plagiarismcheck.org's fall from 80 to 15% in the European Journal of Education. Reviews 94% converges to one conclusion. The conclusion is, when we teach thinking, integrity follows. So my quick recommendations for teachers and EAP practitioners here: redesign your assessments to operate on Bloom's levels, higher levels specifically, like analysis, evaluate, create, rather than on lower levels of remembering and understanding, right? If you want to teach plagiarism summarizing as explicit cognitive skills, teach them as cognitive skills, not as abilities they are the students should possess. Use AI as a pedagogical object to be critiqued, interrogated, not as a behavior that is forbidden. And build a moment of metacognitive reflection into every task. So students can learn to watch their own thinking, how they're thinking. If we are designing curriculums, my fellow educators, right? So we can align our learning outcomes on these higher order cognition skills across the whole degree, not within an isolated course, right? So obviously we do that more or less, right? From semester 1 to the last semester. We sequence the instruction so that it spans semesters rather than compressing it into one. Institutions need to understand we need faculty development. Thanks to the organizers, they are organizing a conference to exchange these ideas in this manner, right? More such conferences are required, and move institutional policy beyond detection and penalty towards a cognitive education. And no, I'm not done. I have 2 more slides to go. Thank you. The reframing of India's universities. What do our universities need? India does not lack ambition. No, we have IITs, the finest in the world. Central universities with real distinctions, right? Universities with national missions on artificial intelligence. What we need is not a machinery, but a shift on how we think about integrity itself. So from policing to teaching, right? And the vocabulary we use about plagiarism, it shapes our institutions that we are building to address. So speak of plagiarism as theft and you build a constabulary. A constabulary is actually an official police force responsible for maintaining law and order. No, we don't have to do that. Speak of it as a fraud and you will build a courtroom. Speak of it, as I'm asking you to speak of it, as a cognitive shortfall. And you will build a school, an institution. So we don't have to look at plagiarism as the culprit. No, it is a cognitive shortfall. Indian universities, by their statutes and by their better instincts, should behave like this. Ambedkar, in his Annihilation of Caste, did not summarize the arguments of others. He confronted them. He built something new. Amartya Sen, in Development as Freedom, did not retrieve received wisdom. He reframed it. That is scholarship. Scholarship is the opposite of plagiarism, not because it obeys the rules, but because it thinks. Last slide for today. Let me end where I began. When a student plagiarizes, what is it that they truly lack? Not in most cases integrity, no. Not in most cases character. What they lack is the slow, taught, painstaking built capacity to read a difficult text, hold position against another, produce a sentence that is genuinely their own. That capacity is the inheritance of every educated person. And it is what our classrooms exist to transmit. No detector will ever produce it. No regulation will ever require it. Only teaching does that work. So let us teach our students to think, and the copying will take care of itself. Beyond copy-paste lies no better detection, no better penalty. Beyond copy paste, lies, pure scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dalal, for your illuminating presentation and at least advocating from the side of the students. I can best sum up your presentation that the most effective antidote to plagiarism is not surveillance, but education that prioritizes thinking. I guess we can take a few questions. If any of the participants are, they must ask questions because this is a very interesting
Sunny Anand.
presentation. Yes, Sunny?
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Thanks.
Ma'am, if research is always in dialogue with previous text, how do we differentiate legitimate intertextuality from plagiarism?
Legitimate
intertextuality from plagiarism.
Okay. So first you need to understand where you're getting your text from. What sources are you really relying on? Right. So these are basics of any scholarship. You just cannot go and read any text which is not worth the value. Just like we kind of go through different journals that are specific to a certain domain. We read certain authors who are specific to a certain domain who are working on those aspects. So you have to be clear on that. Your second half was?
Yes, ma'am.
Your second half of the question was?
Ma'am, intertextuality from plagiarism.
I hope my answer
Yes, ma'am.
helps you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay.
Fellow panelists can also ask. That's okay.
If there are no questions, we'll start with the second session. Sorry, the second speaker today.
Oh, I can ask one.
Okay, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at you throughout my presentation. You were so engrossed. And your nods were very helpful. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dalal. That was really, really interesting. I'm just wondering that I agree with, I think, almost everything that you said. But I also think that, the way AI tools are changing, the pace at which they are changing is so fast, right? And
Yes.
I completely agree with you that cognitive level thinking and pedagogy, is most important. But I also think that it becomes far more difficult at the institutional level to achieve that, especially in a country like ours where, the scale is so big.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
in an institute like JNU or like IIT where I teach, the number of students and kind of, conveying that. I do agree with you. The thing I most agree with you is the fact that, students are not criminals. Most of them work with, at least a conscious intention to do the right thing. Right. But I also think one thing that perhaps you might have thoughts on, but may not have addressed in this, is the question of language, right? At least in the IIT system, I find that a lot of anxiety and this resort to these tools often comes from an anxiety of understanding, of feeling an incompetence with using English. Right. So oftentimes challenge becomes teaching them to kind of think beyond that, that it is okay to write it in quote unquote a poor mechanized language as long as the thinking is there, right? So that is something that I face. So I just wanted to know what you think.
With language anxiety, I've thought over it and I do face similar issues here. Now, students are ready to work. These are the best years where they can actually read a lot. The problem is where they're reading. They're not reading these days. Anxiety comes when there is a lapse from their end. that gap between what we are, so if I have to speak, I'll have to read. I have to have that knowledge base. Okay, maybe my language can be a problem, but language is only a tool. It will come the moment you start reading. Isn't it the case that we are reading 10 or 15 good papers in research, and suddenly we get the kick to write another paper and our language is slightly better? We have faced it.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so have our students. But they're not reading. That's the problem.
They
They're
don't.
not reading. They don't even know how to pause. They don't know the commas and the full stop, the small pause and the long pause, and the tone and the chunks. So I underline them. I make them underline. How are you reading? I give them newspapers. I make them underline it, and then speak. So yes, but
I get
exciting.
it. It is challenging. I was embarrassed by my own daughter, who's 20 years old and studying in an engineering institute. And I was complaining about exactly the same thing. And she very nonchalantly told me that in her class, when they have a group for a course, right, sometimes a student will send them a message saying TLDR. I don't know how many of you know what it means. I did not know.
Talk to you later, TTYL, I know. I
No,
don't
so
know.
apparently it is like, you know, and she says that, ma'am, I know, Amma, this is what we say, which is like, too long, don't read.
Oh,
You know, so this is, yeah, this is when a professor sends them something, right? So one of their classmates will send this message. You know, I didn't know whether to be angry or scream at her, but you know, but this is what we are dealing with. So
I do understand the fact that AI is changing at a fast pace. So are generations. Gen Z is very different to teach than the millennials. So we need to learn from the Gen Z.
We need to learn, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dalal. The second speaker for this third plenary session that we have today is Professor Nirmala Menon. Before I hand over this space, I'll give a brief introduction of Professor Menon. Professor Menon is a chair professor at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology in Indore, where she leads the Digital Humanities and Publishing Research Group and serves as chair of the JPM National Center of Excellence in Humanities. She is also an affiliate research professor with the University of Oxford and currently a Fulbright Fellow with Northeastern University, Boston for the year 2025-26. Her research spans interdisciplinary areas such as post-colonial studies, digital humanities, and multilingual scholarly publishing, with a sustained focus on decolonizing knowledge infrastructures. Professor Menon is the author of Migrant Identities of Creole Cosmopolitans, published from Peter Lang, and Remapping the Post-Colonial Canon. She is also the co-editor of the first multilingual volume of electronic research literature published from India. Her recent book, Practices of Digital Humanities in India, Learning by Doing, edited with Maya Dodd, looks at DH projects conceptualized and contextualized in India. She is the editor-in-chief of the journal Digital Humanities, Intersections, and serves on the editorial board of Digital Humanities Quarterly and several Routledge book series. She is the founding member of Dharati, that is Digital Humanities Alliance for Research and Teaching Innovations, has been a governing board member of ADHO, vice president of Internet, and is also serving on various national research committees. Professor Menon has published extensively in leading international journals and have led numerous nationally and internationally funded projects that advance digital and multilingual scholarship. It is now my pleasure to invite our distinguished speaker, Professor Nirmala Menon, to deliver her plenary lecture on digital knowledge infrastructures and digital humanities projects, intersections and challenges.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tiwari. And thank you to Professor Vijay and others of the organizing team for this invite. It's a pleasure to be here. And my talk is a little bit about, research infrastructures in India, and especially research infrastructures that are, directed towards the humanities and social sciences research, which is often, in many of our national kind of missions and schemes, is often an afterthought. So I find that my job, our lab at IIT Indore, the Digital Humanities and Publishing Studies lab, was one of the first, and I think the first DH lab in India. And so I feel a certain sense of responsibility to ensure that, we keep that conversation alive. So I'm going to look at, I don't know why it's not moving. Is the slide moving?
No.
No, ma'am,
yeah.
still.
Yeah, it's not moving for me. Just a minute. Okay, let me try it like this. Oh, this is strange.
You can stop and reshare it, ma'am.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that, right? Okay, now let me try again. So should I do it as a window or a tab? Let me do the entire screen and then maybe, go to that. Yeah, is it visible now?
Not yet.
No, it's not.
Is it moving?
No, ma'am. Your screen is not visible.
Oh. Okay.
First stop sharing and then share it again. Now it is.
Okay. Yeah, now it's moving, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, if it is let me see if I can do it full screen and it will still work.
Yeah. Mobile is also visible. So it's better if mobile is kept somewhere else. A screen of mobile is also visible. Two screens are there.
Mobile?
Like that, yeah. One screen of laptop and another screen is also there. Are you seeing this?
There is no other screen. It's only one. I don't have any other screen.
Yeah, we are seeing two. Yeah, later you will see. Later.
It's so strange.
It's like picture within picture, ma'am.
Because everything is not visible. Yeah, on right hand side, something is hiding. Yeah, it is hidden.
Is it okay?
If you come out of full screen, perhaps the problem will be resolved.
No, I am out of full screen.
This you can, this.
See, if I do this, then it is not full screen. But if I go full screen, I don't have any other screen, so I don't understand.
You may please continue, ma'am.
Okay.
Continue.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I hope you can see this.
Yeah.
Yes. We can
So
see.
let me go full screen. So before I start, I just want to say that everything that we do in our lab is done with my students. We have a big group of PhD students and postdoctoral fellows and, research assistants. So I want to make sure that, this is just our team, right? So what are infrastructures? An infrastructure can refer to physical objects, servers, laboratories, centers, societies, abstract representations as software or coding. In our context, we can think of infrastructures or digital humanities infrastructures as an interface between researchers, research, and resources. As Bhattacharya points out in Words in a World of Scaling Up, or Alan Liu in Towards Critical Infrastructures, we think about the right to infrastructure and the significance when it is built bottom-up as opposed to top-down. Goals and needs of research infrastructures are neither equal nor standard, And the key is to understand the infrastructural and intellectual context of our research environments. So the crucial questions for me and for our group about knowledge infrastructures, whether digital or analog, is twofold. What do these infrastructures seek to do? Who benefits from them? Who pays for them? Very important. And most importantly, who is a part of them and who is not a part of them? Can different traditions be standardized across disparate global standards? Is interoperability integrative or exclusive? How and what is data governance? And how much do digital humanists know about these infrastructures? And is it an epistemological necessity for us to do so? So I'll start with my experience. In 2016 at IIT Indore, we did a 2-week digital humanities course titled Digital Humanities Tools, Texts and Theory. These were, in my mind and in our minds, very clear and neatly classifiable categories, and we taught them as such. For the researchers who joined us from different institutions around the country, very neat lectures in each of the categories slotted separately. Today, after many lectures, workshops, keynotes, projects that many of us, me and many of my colleagues across the country, fellow researchers in DH, better word, these categories are not as neatly differentiated as they were in my mind in 2016. Edwards et al. In 2010 defined knowledge infrastructures as, quote, robust networks of people, artifacts, and institutions that generate, share, and maintain specific knowledge about the human and natural worlds, unquote. By this definition, knowledge infrastructures include the networks of hardware, software, and span across education, intellectual property, sustainability, publishing industry in general, scholarly publishing in particular, multilingualism, access, equity, we could go on and on. So what I want to look at here in this talk today, and I will skip through some of the slides because I don't have the time to go through each project, is what we have tried to do both in terms of developing projects from the ground up, from students, their questions, their interests, and building very slowly a research infrastructure that we think is important for digital humanities research in India, and for some larger questions about infrastructure, humanities research infrastructure in India. So the areas that we have worked on in our research group, as well as now we have a center called the JP Narayan National Center for Excellence in the Humanities, with digital humanities as one of the focus areas, is publishing and translation studies, mapping marginal narratives, spatial and cartographic studies, electronic and graphic literature, cultural heritage and digital archives, and post-colonial literature and narrative analysis. So this is like, how we look at the research group in terms of its different, different areas based on some different projects that we have done. I'll take you through some of those projects and tell you how we kind of, build those projects. So one of the projects that, we recently, in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, got a publishing, a translation research analysis in Transcom journal. Scholarly publishing in India. This is something that has been very close to my heart right from the time when I established this lab, is, challenges and opportunities in scholarly publishing in India. As most of you know, we are now the fourth largest in research output, and building on what Professor Dalal was talking about, we are one of the largest university systems in the world, and we have about 1.3 million research articles published between 2017 and 2022. We are only number 9th in citation, but my investment here is to look at both the history and the challenges and opportunities for scholarly publishing in India. And I think, some of that is, we have about 6,408 active journals across databases. We have had they serve many of our researchers, but for the scale of our universities, the number is just not there. It's not even a fraction of the length there. We have to build a robust publishing ecosystem. And I always say this, that we miss the train on university presses. And I think a lot of that, and we certainly miss the train on multilingual publishing. I would add a caveat here, with literature as being one of the exceptions. So if you look at literatures across the country in any language, you will find that there is robust scholarship with some challenges in the sense that, there's a lot of literature scholarship in Malayalam literature, and there's a lot of scholarship in Bengali literature and in Marathi literature, but they don't really speak to each other. So, and one of the challenges that we have in the age of AI and with, digital is to see how we can make those conversations happen, right? So if we don't put our work out there, right? So a student in Norway who is looking at Premchand and his writing often does not have access to scholarship on Premchand being done in Hindi or Bengali or Marathi. It's only he or she is only looking at scholarship that is done on Premchand in English, right? So we have to build multilingual publishing kind of ecosystems, and I know that there are moves towards it. Hopefully, we will get there. So this is something that we are working on. Similarly, cultural analytics of, I know I'm rushing through many of these things, but, I'm happy to answer detailed questions. Cultural analytics of vernacular print in India. So they may seem disconnected, but they're actually connected, right? So we look at the history of print in India. Our specific example here is one of my students working on it is Punjab. And looking at, centers of publishing in Punjab, both pre-partition and post-partition, right? What kind of genres were being published, what kind of texts, and, what is the history of that publishing data? Why is that important? It is important because, unless we understand that, we have to, how will we kind of, build those kind of structures? There has been, for example, I invite you to look at Charu Singh. She has some amazing research on this, but she talks about the HSN glossary, that is the Hindi scholarship glossary, HSG, that was done in 1920s. This was a group of scientists from Allahabad and from Kolkata coming together to talk about, that if India and its students have to think about being part of a scientific century or of science, we need to develop a glossary in our languages, right? That was 1920, 100 years ago. Well, we seem to have kind of not really worked upon that too much, right? And that really, kind of keeps out a lot of our students. And I think a lot of the problems that Professor Dalal was also discussing is connected to that. Right? That sense of ownership of having places, avenues to publish in different, in different languages in India. We really don't even have a skeleton of a system right now, and I think we need to get there and begin to build it. So this was, bibliometrics on translation research across disciplines in India. One of the problematic, well, I shouldn't say problematic, should think of a better word. But one of the things that we learned during this research is that a lot of work on translation research in the recent years is being done by computer scientists and not enough by, literature scholars and, humanities scholars. That's not necessarily a bad thing, But I would like to see a lot more collaboration where we are able to understand, what are some of the more nuanced readings of those kind of research. But we started on this work because, there was a recent report as in a couple of years ago, an Indian literary system by the British Council that presents that translation being a vast organized domain in Indian academia and non-academic fails to give a booming network of translations in India, causing a significant gap in theory and function. As often happens with British Council reports, they miss a lot of facts. And so we kind of did a network using just one example, which is Tamil translations across 100 years, right? So this is not a close reading. This was just a kind of a macro analysis of translations being done into Tamil and out of Tamil across 100 years. And we found some really interesting analysis, So we looked at 100-year from, 1913 to 2013. We looked at 6,491 records across 75 languages, 58 genres, authors, translators, publishers. The challenge is, and this is where, my point about infrastructure will come in, is that a lot of this work we had to do manually because we were not able to get digitized records. We were not able to get machine readable records. So my student and my research assistants actually had to go to the archives in Chennai, get those records, put it through our scanner, make it machine readable, and then do the analysis. So we are hoping that at least this much, some other student can at least use this because we have it out there for developing more analysis, more deeper analysis from this data. But just doing that took more than a year. Right? Whereas, infrastructurally, I would think that we should have already had these things digitized. And I think, oftentimes that gap comes in because when digitization, archival work, some amazing work is going on across the country, happens, they happen at a slower pace for humanities, and textual data than it does for, say, science and for STEM fields and numerical data. And so I think that is where the challenge is. So we are still in that process. So we are trying to look at literary genres, so translations, bibliometrics, and seeing how, we can use or create data that will be useful for researchers. This is very new. I'm not going to dwell on this, but this is one of my students who is trying to look at deaf publishing and standardizing deaf sign language across Indian languages. So this is very much nascent, so I'm not going to look at it too much right now. So this is, marginal narrative, spatial and cartographic studies. One of the things, and you can go and check this out, it is on IIT Indore's web server, mappingmassacres.iiti.ac.in. So we look at, locating the women of independent India's Dalit massacres using feminist geocriticism and digital cartography. So we are just looking at two massacres, the Kilivamani massacre in Tamil Nadu, 1969, and the Marijapi massacre. The Marijapi massacre is scholarly wise, studied more as opposed to the Kilivamani one. But what we are trying to simply do here, we started looking at, the female survivors and where they have, moved, what are the reasons for those, displacement and movement. And the project indicates that space should be considered as an intersectional category while trying to understand the socio-cultural identity and experiences of Dalit women. And, and I think this is, again, every project that we've done is open source and open access. You're welcome to go to those websites. This was a very difficult project to do because we have to be very sensitive about the data, the people, and so, anonymize a lot of the names. So we have taken those precautions, and it is there for people to make more, analysis on, hopefully, share that work. So this is what we call it, cartographies of courage, fictional threats, real lives. And I'm not going to dwell on it. Please visit it, and I think you will get more more information. But basically, it's a spatial database, and the digital archive is comprised of artifacts, but is in itself an artifact, creatively curated representation of representations. And by adopting interdisciplinary methods, ethical considerations, and embracing emerging technologies, we can harness the power of spatial archives to preserve, interpret, and share this history, right, for future generations. Why is it suddenly again not moving? What happened? I don't know why I'm having this trouble.
This is pop-up. This is pop-up. You can remove it, yeah.
What is that?
Pop-up. Yeah, pop-up is there, so it appears like a screen, a small screen.
I'm just going to keep it like this.
Good.
Yeah. Women's writing from Northeast India, this was like, one of the earliest projects that we did in the lab. Looking at women's writing, and one of my first PhD student, actually, she was, she is from Nagaland, and she was looking at women writers from Nagaland. And one of the things that she was quite frustrated with is that, that whenever you look at scholarship from the Northeast, you are looking at political unrest, you are looking at anthropological narratives, ethnographic narratives, and often homogenizing its diverse ethnic and cultural context. And she wanted to kind of tell a story about the lives being lived through literature, of women of the Northeast. So, that was one of the projects that we did. Reimagining public spaces through city literature, again, mapping the concerns. We look at historical displacement and transformation of accessibility. And I'm going to go on to the next slide. And what we really did was, creation of these subaltern public spaces. Right? And Delhi is the example. And some of the digitization that you see on my slide is actually my student who is an artist. And she went to these spaces in Delhi and sketched them, by hand. And what you see are recreation of her sketches. And we look at those spaces through novels written about Delhi, and then look at how those spaces look like today. And what are some of the transformations, right? Both through literature and those creation of new spaces, and how that also reflects, the urbanization of the city, both socially, politically, and culturally. Right? So these are all kind of visual representations. So this is a project that, I'm quite proud of, electronic and graphical literature in India. And I also want to tell you through this, how we kind of come to these projects. So you can go to this website, Indian E-Lit Anthology. So the reason we came to this project was that, the most well-known electronic literature anthology is ELO, Electronic Literature Anthology, Volume 1, 2, and 3 have been published. If you go, this is open access. If you go to these anthologies, we found that in the first 3 volumes of ELO, there was not a single entry from India. Right? Most of it was, of course, focused on North America and Europe, but there were few examples from Japan, from Australia, not a single one from India. And that kind of got us thinking that, is it possible that, that we don't do any electronic literature? And as you can see that, we went through 4 or 5 scholarly articles trying to just research this, that do we have any electronic literature at all? What are the first and second waves of Indian electronic literature? Structure and social interaction, introduction to the functioning of paratext of digital literature. And we found, as usual, that of course there is electronic literature. It was just, there were electronic literature being produced and shared between communities. So there was like, electronic literature being produced in Hindi and are being shared with some producers within that language, right? And then, in other languages too. In Tamil we found, in Bengali we found, in Malayalam. And so we thought, and this is how most of our projects have come into being, that, well, there is nothing like that now, let us make it. So we kind of put out a call for Indian Electronic Literature Anthology, Volume 1. And the first volume took us 4 years to publish. It was very difficult, both technologically, infrastructurally, as well as just getting the submissions and vetting them and, going through that process. And we kind of, came out with the first volume. We were still not very happy. We are still working on that now, but we're not happy with the UI design of that. And the second volume just came out, couple of months ago. And I think which is a much better volume. But one of the things that we are proud of is that this electronic literature volume from India, Volume 1 and 2, are both not just open access, but they're not just born digital, but they're also born multilingual. So, both of them have contributions from at least 4 different languages, and we have published them as a single volume. I keep having this issue today. I don't know why. I'm just going to go and so for lack of time, I'm just going to skip through a few. So this is a project that, is part of our digital, cultural preservation archive. Can you see this?
If there is not much, you may please continue without, avoiding skipping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at the time. So, so this is like, a project that we are currently doing, and I have almost finished. This is looking at Sindhi narratives post-partition. So this was again a project that we came upon, just looking at Sindhi writers, female writers, again, women writers, that one of my PhD students is working on. And one of the things that we realized is that, that a lot of the post-partition Sindhi works were written sometimes in refugee camps, some, and were amazing works. But my student, who is a 3rd generation Sindhi, who are part of the group that migrated to India after partition, had adopted across the community, for a major part of the community, adopted the Devanagari script, right? While Sindhi, immediately post-partition, pre-partition, was in the Perso-Arabic script, right? So a lot of the Sindhi community in India does not have access or have learned the Perso-Arabic script, right? So they did not have access to these texts and did not, really kind of engage with it. So we were thinking about, what can we do about that? And so we kind of put together a project for DST, Department of Science and Technology, and we worked with the Indian Institute of Sindhology in Kutch, who had an amazing repository of rare manuscripts. And so we kind of worked with them and identified 100 rare manuscripts of Sindhi literature post-partition. And we have created an audio archive of those manuscripts. So that is still not in public yet, but it will be within a month or so. And we have called the project Sindhu. And this is simply an annotation, a digitization of those texts along with an audio archive, right? So you can actually listen to the text like a, like a audible book, but you can also kind of go through the digitized text too. And so this was again, quite a fascinating and a challenging project for us. And we are in the final stages of, releasing that project. We hope to do that very soon. But it was a huge learning exercise, when we also realized that some of the big language infrastructures that we have in India, or Bharat AI, sometimes don't include many of these languages. So it is try to include the scheduled languages, but Sindhi is one of the scheduled languages, but Sindhi in the Bhashini project, for example, is in the Perso-Arabic script, not in the Devanagari script. And so, the community will need to work with those infrastructures and see, or scholars, and see how we can kind of integrate the script with the language models that are being created. Again, I say that because, I'm always thinking infrastructure these days. It's kind of my pet peeve. So again, we came to this through writing about it, thinking about it. As you can see, this is our process. And it also goes back to what, I keep thinking about what Professor Dalal was speaking about, is, cognitive thinking. So when people ask me about digital humanities, I always say that, my questions really have not changed as a humanities scholar. What I used to think about, what I used to worry about as a literature scholar about translations, is still the questions that continue to engage me. But if there are digital tools or the ways in which I can harness those tools to make that research better, I would like to do that. And so that is how we develop these projects. And that is the reason I show you the evolvement of those projects, because they didn't start off as wanting to do a fancy project. They started off as identifying a gap and thinking that, how can we do it? Looking for someone else who may have done it, not finding it, and then saying that, okay, let's do it. So some of them have been successful. Usually I also talk about some of our failures, which we have not been able to complete. I don't have the time for it today. But I always say to my colleagues and friends that we should have like a dead projects, portal, just like we have like Dead Poets Society, right? So projects that died because of lack of technology or lack of compatibility or lack of support, both in terms of resources as well as in terms of, technology. So, that's a whole different talk. This is also part of that. It came out of that same project because they also have a huge repository of, folk songs. So we have kind of creating this is still in the making, Sindhi Sanjaya, which is documenting those. It's a more multimedia thing, both audio, video, testimonials, and so on. Right. Post-colonial deterritorialization, digital migration. So we are looking at, this is very much a very traditional post-colonial work, looking at, digitizing stories and looking at migration stories and looking at how, migration stories over a period of time, what is the flow of migration in those literatures? Because oftentimes, if you look at post-colonial literature, migration is often discussed only in transatlantic terms. So I think, if you look at someone like Amitav Ghosh, who, is someone that I read very closely, and, see the shift in oceans, and see, what kind of different migration stories are there. And we're trying to, kind of work on that. So all of this is, part of our way. And like I said, I'm going to also skip through a few others, I'll just go through the small one, which is another early stepwise analysis of technology as literary artifacts. So we just looked at, it was a fun project to do, and one of our early projects with one of my students, Dr. Shanmuga. And we looked at, the artifacts in select post-independence Indian English novels. So we looked at how, by the way, when I say these projects or I look at these visualizations, I am in no way saying that some of these projects or some of these discourses have not already happened as theoretical discourses, right? And we have looked at the role of technology or the role of a telephone or a radio and television and computers in different novels at different times, how those technologies have functioned in literature. Right? What some of these tools allow us to do is to give a visualization that sometimes corroborates that kind of theoretical analysis, sometimes contests it, and sometimes offers new insights into understanding that. So all of that, like, working through many of these projects led us to develop this platform called IIT Chip, which is knowledge sharing in publishing, which is an open access, publishing platform. It is a consortium of open access publishing from universities around the world. And we are part of a consortium under Ubiquity Press. And, we try here, this has been a very challenging project, and I still won't call it like, we are there yet, but we have used that platform to make sure that our projects and our publishing initiatives are open access, because they are supported by IIT Indore for its infrastructure, and make it open to anyone in India. And if someone has a question, I can say why I underline that, because a lot of archives, a lot of databases across the world in global scholarship often happen to be behind paywalls, and they are often not accessible to my students or your students across India. And this is why I keep underlying the need for developing infrastructures located, the location and the site of those infrastructures, trust me, are very important. I could elaborate more, but I think they are so crucial. And I can tell you about certain archives that have become very difficult for us to, access. They are available at a price, and that price is often expensive. So this is one of the things that we have done recently, and we've just published the first volume. We launched the Digital Humanities Intersections, the first journal of DHI from Digital Humanities from India. And we launched it last year. The first issue was published this year. You can go, it is an open access journal again. And it is got we are using the Public Knowledge Project, PKP's network, OJS infrastructure currently for this journal. We want to look at this journal both as an intellectual as well as an infrastructural experiment. So right now, it is using PKP's OJS infrastructure. We hope to experiment with different infrastructures and develop our own OJS if possible in the coming volumes. We also look to making translation as well as publishing in other Indian languages as a given or as part of this journal. And just wish us luck on that. So we are just, like I said, it is new. All right. So this is like, all of that work led to the JPN National Center of Excellence in the Humanities, of which, digital humanities is one of the focus areas. And in that, this is, I'm the chair of this center. One of the things we were able to do through generous funding from the Ministry of Education is to be able to fund almost 35 to 40 projects across India in digital humanities. We are not doing those projects. We have had a call for proposals. People have put proposals and, we have funded them, not huge amounts, small amounts, but enough to let them to start working on the projects that they're interested in. And there's some amazing work happening. People, the intention, the intellect, as well as the kind of inspiring ideas that come from faculty and researchers and students from across universities. And I've given talks at many places who don't have the resources, right? National universities, some of the elite universities, along with the IITs and ISERs may have some funding. Many of these universities really need to be funded and need to be supported for the kind of work that they are, that they are doing. So I'm a huge advocate of these public universities doing whatever they can with the constraints and with the resources that they get. Right. So internationally federated interoperable structures like Clarin, Daria, they demonstrate sustainable models for open, multilingual, and community-driven research infrastructures We do not have that yet for humanities in India. Recently, the JPN Center has been recognized as Clarin Eric, like, EU's humanities research as a knowledge center. So we are now a K center for Clarin. But through that center, we hope to put out resources of multilingual tools for doing research for Indian languages out there. And we'll be developing it slowly. You can still go up and look at the Clarin India K Center. We call it the Clarin Lipi, or Language Infrastructures and Publishing Innovation. Clarin Lipi for India. So that is just a small step, and we hope at some point that, either we or someone else will have a full-fledged, DARIA kind of infrastructure for humanities research in India. So you look at all of these projects, there are some great projects happening like the Bhashini project, Sarvam AI, Saral AI, and many of these do kind of take off from science and engineering projects, and that is great. But I think we need to see how we can work with the PIs and, the scholars working on these projects, and see how we integrate humanities research and humanities needs into these projects. So recently, we've just started working on this, on exactly some of these things, using what we call links, which is an ANRF project, which I've just started. And we want to integrate many of these models, right? So what are some of the challenges in DH projects in India? The problem of scale without infrastructure. We have siloed archives, no shared standards, and we are often invisible to the world. So this is often my, what I always worry about. So this is like, how we have kind of tried to build it. And at the center and as the group. And that is why, having done small projects with small amounts of money, and creating small databases, small analysis, network analysis, using tools that are available, tweaking some of the tools. And I have had fantastic students, which is just my luck being at an IIT. And they are really the backbone of all of this work. And from doing that and then doing workshops and training, we have kind of tried to look at now, developing infrastructures that can be useful for everyone. So as I say, and I'm going to close and wait, and I can answer questions from all of you. That what the above examples demonstrate is that the diversity of disciplines, projects, and motivations constituting what we argue is a digital humanities landscape in India makes it organically transdisciplinary, promising the, quote, the methodological and social diversity, unquote, found wanting in Anglo-American DH, as Alan Liu points out in 2018. I have cited only a few examples from numerous projects. And as you can see, the projects that I have cited are mostly the projects we have done, in my lab. But there are also projects, across the country, spanning history, economics, literature, translation studies, artificial intelligence, NLP-based projects, and so on. If DH as an umbrella term is to have a role in India, it must be one of documenting, harnessing, and facilitating these kinds of works and projects, as well as empowering their access to resources, both capital and academic, to ensure that engagement with the digital is rewarding and incentivized within academia at large. The labor and intellectual rigor involved in developing digital archives and repositories has to be recognized as legitimate research output and not merely as appendages or ancillaries to real humanistic thinking. And I say this from experience because, we have often come across that. Making involves theorizing and doing. These components are inseparable if we are to understand the complex networks of the digital, the analog, and the human. In his essay, The Computational Turn, Thinking About Digital Humanities, David Berry points out that computational technology has become the very condition and possibility required in order to think about many of the questions in the humanities today. Berry quotes Hofstadter's differentiation between intellect and intelligence and calls for a digital intellect as opposed to digital intelligence. This underlines a very important shift from computational humanities to digital humanities. I try to make the argument that the ontological exploration of DH in India has only begun. What these case studies demonstrate is that in the process of building and tooling, each of these projects develop an individual intellect that emerges from the intelligent task at hand. Rather than rush to either work in borrowed metaphors that may or may not work for the larger body of DH work across the post-colonial space that is India, or even push to pitch tents or markers with still evolving ontology, digital pedagogy, and training in India should simply let diverse projects develop their own narrative intellect. These varied intellects will in time give us theoretical and conceptual vocabulary that is organic and will invest the pedagogy in the coming decade with much needed clarity and conviction and conception. Digital humanities in India is a journey, a data point that is part of a cosmic but network chaos. As scholars who work in intersectional identities of the digital and humanities, those data points are marked with a lot of support, mentoring, learning, and unlearning. And what we cannot afford is that, already there are, to ensure that we take as many people as we can into that digital tent, because there are already narratives that marginalize large groups and of people and students. So how do we kind of bridge the gap without losing sight of the questions that drive us there? Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for your rich and stimulating presentation. And we can only say on behalf of the participants and organizers that some extraordinary and outstanding work is being done at IIT Indore under your leadership along with the team that you have. However, we stand in solidarity with your call for more infrastructures, both in terms of infrastructure as well as in terms of funding. Now, I'll open the floor if we can invite a few questions because we are already running late. So if there are a few questions, we can take them. Otherwise, we will start with the third speaker for this plenary session. Do we have a question? Okay. Dr. Dalal has a question for you.
Hi. So I can see your projects are becoming reference infrastructures for digital humanities in India, and they seem to have a very strong benchmark for openness and multilingualism. Just a quick word. You mentioned about these university publications, right? How do you think we can include multilingual publishing, translation studies, and data infrastructure in our universities?
Do you mean in terms of university presses or just in
university press?
Well, here is the thing. I mean, this is something I have kind of talked about, I think, for more than a decade now, is that I always feel that we missed the bus on university presses. With a few kind of extraordinary exceptions, right? The scale of university presses that we should have had in post-independence, we really never did. We have some niche presses that are doing an amazing job, right? You have Yoda Press, you have Kali for Women, you have like Tulika, you have DC Books, you have, some regional languages, they have some great presses. But what a university press can do, not many of these individual presses can do, right? With that kind of, one of the basic rationale for university presses in Europe and in in the US was that, university presses were often established as a loss, right? That it was kind of integrated into the university system, knowing that it is not going to make money, right?
Correct.
And it was now it is not always the case, but it has been allowed to scale, right? So my hope, I think we already didn't do that enough, right? Yeah, and it should have been done, and it should have been done multilingually, frankly, And there are individual examples of that being done in different parts of the country. So it should have been done at the university level. Part of the reason I think is because, our tertiary education has been almost exclusively in English. And so, what we had is in terms of scholarly, we have done it in creative publishing, by the way. Yeah, amazing, right? Both in terms of translations as well as in terms of publications. But scholarly publishing, because it has always been in English, we have always looked at publishers who would set up India imprints. So you have OUP India, you have Sage India, you have Taylor and Francis India. Correct. Great, it worked for us for a long period, right? But now I'm saying that, it does have its own constraints. So let us see if we can develop those infrastructures. And with a digital ecosystem now, the capital investment is lesser, right? Do we not have the funding and the resource and the research to be able to scale up so that, our best researchers will get published in Nature, right? Exactly. They will be published in the top journals around the world. But what about that average researcher at the University of Rajasthan, or about someone in a small college in Andhra Pradesh, right? Their work and their thinking is equally important to our larger kind of research ecosystem, and they don't have as many avenues for publishing, right? And
it is not only about publishing.
Across that, an average researcher in Europe has more access to publication avenues than an average researcher in India, right? The best researchers in both places have equal access to everybody, to everywhere. But that's our just in pedagogy, like we say, you write a question paper targeting the average student, right? Yeah, there will always be a few for the brilliant ones and a few for the really poor performing ones. I think that same logic needs to apply when we think about, publishing systems.
Correct. Because it does.
I will just go on and on about something like this. So I just want to stop and not mess up Professor Tiwari's time.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Dr. Menon.
Thank you, Professor Menon. Our third speaker for this plenary session is Professor Uday Kumar Mishra. Professor Mishra is a retired dean and head from the University Department of English at Tilka Manji Bhagalpur University, Bhagalpur. His academic career that spans around 37 years, over 37 years, out of which 20 years are out of India, teaching in Saudi Arabia, Libya, Yemen, Muscat, and Oman. He has taught in various universities outside India. Has been a very contemporarily relevant writer as well. He also happens to be our teacher, and his areas of specialization are applied linguistics and contemporary criticism. He has supervised 14 PhD research scholars and published more than 20 research papers on ALT and English literature. We know that we are already running late on time, but then I'll invite Professor Mishra with great honor to deliver his talk on changing ethical dimensions in literary writing and the emerging challenges of AI and digitalization. Sir, you have enough time at your disposal, because even if you carry beyond your limited time, we will continue with the valedictory session, joining it with the same session. We will not go for the break. So I request you to continue with your lecture.
Well, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are
Audible or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Ranjan Tiwari, and Professor Vijay Kumar Rai, who is very much here online, President of WAAR. Manish Kumar, the organizing secretary. I thank all the distinguished speakers of this session, Garima Dalal, and also Nirmala Menon, and many other who are here online. The topic is all about literature created by AI. AI is all dominating the world of writing. In the keynote address, Kshema mentioned about a work, The Serpent in the Grove, by a Trinidadian writer, Jamir Nazir, which won Commonwealth Prize for the regional winners in 1926, this year. The story is all about a farmer working hard, but that's not the case. It's all AI-generated text which developed after the publication, after the winning of the award. It is all the text I went through and found that the text written linguistically and also the culturally is all not man-made. It's all a repetition of words, a repetition of syntax structure, and full of similes and metaphors, unusual use of similes and metaphors. I have noted down some of the uses, like the roof talks, sat, groaned. It's all the roof talks, the groove remembered, the house remembered. All such uses appear to be very much not used by human beings as such. There are many writings like this. In 2018, Won the Road, emulated on Jack Kerouac's novel On the Road, 1957. The book has been written using a car as a pen. Ross Goodwin, a programmer, a ghostwriter during Obama administration, a prominent artificial intelligence creator. He outfitted a Cadillac car with a surveillance camera, a GPS unit, a microphone, and a clock, all connected to a portable AI writing machine that fed from these input data in real time. The sensor outputs were fed into a neural network to generate an unedited, continuous narrative. It's all in the printed form. Ross Goodwin published this without any change as AI generated. A lot of works. I would mention one more, The Day a Computer Writes a Novel, 2015. A collaboration effort between a Japanese research team and an AI model. The team developed the structural outline, setting parameters and character descriptions, and the novel was written. So, presenting parameters, developing characters description, and AI generates this kind of novel. Can you imagine such a piece of literature even getting award of the Commonwealth Winners' Prize? This is very strange. In the present era of artificial intelligence and digitalization, such literary writings are facing multiple ethical challenges. What are those challenges? Absence of authorship. No author. I know about the post-structuralist Ronald Barthes writing an essay, The Death of the Author, in 1967. That was in the context of that when an author writes a book, once the book is published, the author's idea gets multiple meanings. Original idea of the author is almost gone. So the death of the author. Here is AI taking sources from different works in the past and putting them into a work of art. I don't call it plagiarism as such, as discussed by Mr. Dalal earlier in the session. But this is taking things from the sources, but not acknowledging the sources. Because AI is all stealing the facts without accepting them. This is also the death of many writers from whose works AI steals. So there is a challenge. This kind of absence of authorship, AI also cannot claim to be the author, cannot claim to be the writer. Yes, Ross Goodwin might be programmer, but cannot be the writer. Another aspect of such a kind of literature is cultural erasure, because AI cannot go deeper into the intricacies, complexities of human culture, multiple cultures in the society. They cannot. They can only think of the leading mainstream culture. So mainstream culture is the base, while many other cultural areas are left in AI-generated literature. So there is an algorithmic bias also, because everything is planned, programmed. And what is programmed is all coming in the output. So there is a loss of essential authenticity. I mean, the lived human experience. AI cannot present in the literature produced by it the human lived experiences. There is a kind of threat to humanism as such, because human power is undermined and something new is created. I would call it unethical. In genetic engineering, which involves altering the human genome to select or enhance specific traits, this concept discussed as creating designer babies, highly unethical, and there is a control on it in the field of medicine. Like the designer babies, AI literature, AI created literature, I would term it as designer literature. Most unethical part of this. Once AI is dominating in the field of literature, there would be a chaos. Because many of the publishers go on the Goodreads. They will not give you the numbers, but the market of literature is flooded with AI generated piece of literature. I don't think what would be the future of literature in the coming 50 years. Perhaps human beings may not be able to distinguish between AI created literature and man created literature. So this is a very much a threat to the real literature. It is not simply a threat to humanism, threat to literature, a genuine, pure literature, what we call it. Because AI generated texts normally develop with the integration of a large number of modules, threatening copyrights, intellectual property rights, as they steal facts from original authors' writings without acknowledging the sources, falling into the range of plagiarism, violating academic integrity and professional policies by misrepresenting the true authorship of the work. Yes, Ms. Dalal was talking about that plagiarism used by students, scholars, might be helpful in developing their cognitive ability. Here I'm talking of a different kind of plagiarism that AI steals from different sources. AI, they also possess algorithmic bias, depend highly on programs available data sets for writing a text generated entirely by a software program. Software programs they have available with them, like ChatGPT, and also many other programs through which they create text. Very unethical extractions from available sources. And hence, many such ethical dimensions emerge in course of machine writing. Ross Goodwin, the programmer of AI written text, won the road 2018, has rightly warned about the future of such a text when it becomes more sophisticated. He says, if you see pattern like this, it may not have been written by a human. Yes, he makes the distinction between the AI generated texts and human generated text. And he says there is a pattern in AI text which you can distinguish. But my understanding is that in near future, the distinction may not be made so easily because the common readers may not find it easily. Because I was going through this work, The Serpent in the Groove, and I found the language is so poetic. Even the committee giving award to this story was of the opinion that the language is highly poetic and very much natural. So even the committee can be deceived. Why not the reader? The reader can also be deceived. I read out the portions from the text, The Serpent in the Groove. Just few lines, the first few lines. They say the groove still hums at noon, not the bee's neat industry or the clean rasp of cutlass on wine, but a belly sound, as if the earth swallows a salt and holds it there. People who pass keep to the track and do not look into the bush where the stone rings tie. Ask the oldest in the village, and you will hear some version of it. It had well there once, and a woman, the grove, and not forget. Well, the language appears to be very dry, no doubt about that, although it is considered as poetic because of the similes and metaphors used, abundant. Lacking AI, artificial intelligence, and digitalization are radically altering literary writing, shifting the ethical focus from mere authorship to transparency, intellectual property rights, and the preservation of human experience. The core challenge is to treat AI as an assistive tool rather than a human replacement. AI cannot replace humans. Yes, that's true. In all other fields, wherever AI is used, it is used as an assistive tool. It must be used as a tool, not as a replacement of human being. With AI capable of generating entire manuscripts or poems, the historical foundation of copyright law, which requires a human intellectual creator, is heavily challenged. Yes, copyright is also heavily challenged, because AI models are trained on vast copyright data sets. Original authors face challenges regarding the plagiarism and the unauthorized use of their intellectual property. Recent global rulings require distinct human creativity and supervision for a work to be legally recognized and protected. Yes, AI's work cannot be given copyrights. They need human creativity, human power. So many of the bodies and editorial standards dictate that AI should never be credited as a writer. Instead, writers are expected to transparently disclose AI assistance. Yes, disclosure of AI assistance by human writers is also necessary and rather obligatory. AI-driven market saturation. As I said, a large number of publications are there, range from experimental art projects to self-published commercial novels and dedicated anthologies. These examples showcase how generative models like pseudowrite, Cloud, ChatGPT are changing the publishing landscape. The whole publishing industry is getting a threat, at the same time, a complete change. AI-generated poetry, short stories, and even novels have been produced as a result of these tools or software. These tools and software are used to create a large number of literature. Literature which lacks human experience, which lacks the generative use of language. Because AI has a repetitive use of language. One of my PhD scholars gave her writing to me. And when I was going through that, I found many of the words are unnecessarily repeated. I could see in each page there is a word nuanced. Normally, students don't use this word for subtle, complex. But I asked her, where from you are using this word again and again? Everywhere nuanced, nuanced. What does it mean? Even the syntactic structures repeated in the same manner with semicolon, colon. I say, without knowing the meaning of colon or semicolon, perhaps these punctuation marks were used. This is how I got this in this, the serpent in the groove. Days rearranged. Yes, days were rearranged or maybe something like that. But this awarded story has these sentences. I'm taking out from there. Night remade the house. Night remade the house. Yes, literary use, I can understand. The metaphorical use. But this is not poetry. Romantic poetry, yes. It can be a lot. Personification looms large in this story, a short story. The grove remembered, the house remembered, the earth swallows, the roof talks, grove hums. The girl smiled like sunrise over a sink. Metaphorical use. The girl smiled like sunrise over a sink. Laughter could cut a hush, not cure it. There are many uses like that in this short story. So syntactic errors, yes, repetition of phrases or words. This is all there in this work. So my point is that AI generated stories or novels, making it difficult for the writers and even the readers to understand how this work can be challenged. My understanding is that AI-generated literature lacks genuine emotional depth. And this gives a threat to man-generated literature. How can we overcome this? The challenges that AI and digitalization make. Overcoming this is itself a challenge. Perhaps this has come to stay. The only thing that human beings can do is continue writing with their creativity, with their intuition, so that there could be something to distinguish it from AI written text. Because we cannot stop AI to be used by writers. So this is a serious ethical issues. Ethical issues because it is in the field of profession. Writer as a professional must see to it that AI is not used. So there is a real challenge. And this challenge is all because as the technology advances, literature acts as a cautionary tale or laboratory for analyzing the impact of artificial intelligence and also biotechnology, surveillance, genetic engineering, environmental manipulation of all. So literature and literary criticism should respond to the technological age by imagining the long-range effects of our actions. This is what the challenge is. And in this situation, we have to see to it that the challenges posed by AI and digitalization are countered with the power of creativity that human beings possess. Because the creative ability is all in the humans. The creativity doesn't lie in AI because AI lacks wisdom. It can depend on programs. It can depend on AI tells. And on the basis of that, they can develop even literary text besides other texts. But the real challenge is in the world of literature, which AI cannot do honestly. Honestly, I must not use the word honestly, which AI cannot do properly. So this is for the writers to be aware of all these challenges and the ethical dimensions. That's all in this session from me. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, yes, please, you can.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, for a profound and inspiring address. We shall now open the floor for a brief question and answer session. I request participants to keep their questions concise and relevant. Do you have any questions? The fellow panelists can also ask. Professor Menon is having a question for me.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mishra. That was a wonderful talk. I think, I was just thinking about your last part of your talk where you say about, how the training models are being used, right? And I think, I think that is one of the biggest challenges today, that I think that no one is putting a tab on the tech companies that are monetizing humanity's intellectual output over all of these decades, right? And all of that is being, fed into databases or into AI models. And then, we are calling that generative or agentic AI as, the intelligence, without really even, like you said, it's not even compensating that thinking, right? So there is only, just like publishers or trade publishers did that at some point, right now the tech companies are actually doing that with these AI models, and none of us even know about it, Right. So recently, one of the stories came out that Google had bought a lot of scholarly publishing for just $10 million or something. And the only reason as a public we found out is because when Taylor and Francis was asked for the same data, they asked for 100 million. But neither of these people thought it important to ask the authors or take permission because we have already given that away in our copyright contracts, right?
Yeah,
So there's a
right.
whole capitalist network that is going on in this
Yeah.
new phase too. So I think that is such an important point. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is a bigger challenge in that way. If the
Mhm.
publishing house, they don't care about that. Even I
Yeah.
went through the Amazon and Goodreads. They also say that they don't track where from the stories and novels are coming, whether it
Yeah.
is AI generated or man-made or something like that.
Mm.
So
Mm.
even they don't take the responsibility, but they put the things in the market. It is there.
Yeah.
Now the challenge is for the readers to take it or not to take it. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
Sneha
you.
Rathore, Sneha has a question. Sneha, please carry on.
Good evening, sir. Sorry for taking your time. I'm a student, and I feel very relevant of your opinion that you have inquired about how to overcome this challenge of an individual student as a threat for us. The AI as a threat for us. You have told that AI does not have wisdom. So, for my opinion, as a growing student, we have to cure this wisdom of AI through mysticism. If we connect to ourselves the consciousness the student need, this is the only way we can overcome in the AI generated environment. And this and by these we can extend our creativity as not a threat to AI. I think that's my point, sir.
This is a threat to the genuine readers and also threat to the genuine writers. And the threat to the linguistic output that AI is putting before. Because that is not a generative language as such. Okay, so even Noam Chomsky might be surprised that how this generative grammar is not functioning well. Word is not being used in different context differently. Because AI has the same context and the same words in almost all. They don't have creativity as such. Okay.
Any other questions?
Just one question. Sir, you have raised doubts about the originality, the ethical quality, and creativity of artificial intelligence. But given the situation in which we are living now, what are the roads ahead? Can we stop this onslaught of artificial intelligence?
As I said, as the people in the world of medicine stop this design baby, because that was a threat to humanity. Okay, creating babies of their own choice. As I said, one of the works in Japanese collaboration, they gave the specific, what you call, design for the characters in the novel. So you create a character, a tragic character, a comic character, by giving the inputs, and the AI will create such a character. So this is a threat. And we have to take actions. I can't say that actions you can't take. You can make it that you can't create literary works. If there is a body to do that, fine, but very difficult because it's in an open world. There is no control. And if there is no control, the only control is the reader who will read them. Otherwise, there is no way out. That's a real threat. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Professor Pandey.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson, Professor Uday Kumar Mishra, our eminent speakers, Dr. Garima Dalal and Professor Nirmala Menon, the participants and research scholars for making this plenary session intellectually enriching and memorable. As we conclude this plenary session, the third plenary session of this international conference, I request you all to remain seated and join as I hand over this platform to Dr. Ananda Sundar Pauli for the valedictory session. Thank you. Dr. Pauli.
Thank you, Priyanjan. I hope you have got a breather because we are entangled with all the good speeches and all. So let me start once again. Distinguished guests and dear participants across the globe, a very good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you to the valedictory session of the second internal conferences of WAAR organized by SKR College Barbigha and in collaboration with WAAR. We now move to the last and most awaited segment of this conference, the valedictory address by our esteemed speaker. So it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our valedictory speaker, Professor Prabha Jerivandan. The thing is, she has modestly handed over a very brief bio note of hers to our organizing team. So I Googled her and searched her LinkedIn profile to explore her overwhelming academic and research achievements. And let me read it through. Professor Jerivandan is a professor at Centennial College, Toronto, Canada, and she is also the director of the World Association of Academic Research, Greater Toronto Chapter. An Indo-Caribbean Canadian, her scholarship is informed by her Caribbean heritage and focuses on the immigrant experiences, women's studies, memory work, life history research, and creative writing. Her research is dedicated to recovering marginalized narratives, particularly those of Caribbean communities, and examines the intersections of identity, migration, colonial legacies, and social justice. Through writing and storytelling, she amplifies voices that are often overlooked, demonstrating the transformative powers of lived experiences in advancing both scholarship and social understanding. Professor Jerivandan's work exemplifies the integrations of academic excellence with a deep commitment to equity, inclusion, and meaningful social engagements. On behalf of the organizing committee and of all the participants, it is my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Professor Prabha Jerivandan. We are truly honored to have you with us and look forward to your valedictory address. Professor Jerivandan, the virtual podium is all yours.
Thank you so much for your welcome. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to be present at the second international conference of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, Technological Advances in English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches, and to be able to deliver the valedictory address. I would like to quote Professor Vijay Kumar Roy in noting that one of the ways that we can serve humanity is in the exchange of knowledge. And what a worthy forum it is to do so through an academic conference such as the one experienced this weekend. The paper that I am presenting today seeks to contribute to the knowledge and visibility of a specific group of marginalized people, Venezuelan migrant children in Trinidad and Tobago, and just recently There have been 2 earthquakes in Venezuela. So globally, people are sending out their sympathy and help. So that country has been plagued by so many issues other than political instability. Immigration in a global context is not new. The earliest peoples were nomadic. However, the irony of modern day society seems to be that with the increase of wealth, and I mean extreme wealth, there is the correlating opposite of extreme poverty experienced by people. Economic migration is also not new. It seems instinctive that humans want to improve their lives, but the ability to do so is not always there. It is at times very daunting for the individuals who face further to economic hardship, social and political instability. While this work focuses on a specific group, the phenomenon of migrant struggle is not novel. Even when migrants move within their own countries and they have rights of citizenship, they endure severe challenges in accessing education and avenues for social mobility. As Liu Quan explains in terms of migrant children in China, and I quote, "In public schools, migrant children encounter a sense of urban superiority and rural marginalization. In private schools, immigrant children experience the combination of urban and rural hometown culture. In self-run schools, migrant children often experience systemic exclusion from policies." There are similar observations in relation to inequity in educational opportunities that are underscored by religious difference. In pre-independent Trinidad and Tobago, Campbell notes that the 2 most powerful churches, the Roman Catholic Church and the Church of England, did almost nothing for the Indians before 1870. There was the cost of religious conversion, not only for opportunity, but for social visibility within a society that looked down on Indians and their culture. Many refused to give up their culture, especially their religions of Hinduism and Islam. The Canadian Presbyterian Mission has been credited for their work, and the fact that the missionaries rescued the Indian population from the neglect of the government and the inadequate attention of other churches, and provided the schools which brought literacy in English and improved chances for upward social mobility for many Indians. More than a century later, there is a new population of migrants in Trinidad and Tobago who are experiencing a similar set of challenges, except this time they do not have rights as legal residents of the country, and this exacerbates the problem. This project began with a conversation between the English language instructor of the group of children included in this study, and he explained that he was teaching English language skills to a group of migrant children. As a fellow educator, we pondered the social and political situation of the number of migrant children who have been unable to access public education in Trinidad and Tobago. We discussed the richness of Venezuelan culture that was now showing up in the visible demographic changes in the country. And we wondered about how we could contribute meaningfully to the issue other than providing language instruction. There are similarities in the relationship between social mobility and education in early post-colonial Trinidad and Tobago that I have discussed in previous research. They are both unique and familiar thematic issues that arise from the conversations with the children. This illustrates the distinct characteristics that each culture holds, but the universality of human challenges and triumphs. We decided on a project that would give voice to the stories and lived experiences of this group of children. No AI-generated stories or work for this project. I wish to present voices of the children, especially within the marginalized political positions that they inhabit. I will analyze some of the ideas and themes arising from the conversations we've had and the writing they share to show ways in which they are learning language and assimilating into the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. However, I wish to showcase authentic snippets of the lives of these children through highlighting their actual written and spoken language. I also bring attention to their hopes and dreams in aspiring for visibility of their dire situation, which holds promise for political changes that can offer formal education so that they will have currency for better lives in the future. This study captured the voices of 11 migrant children in an urban area in Trinidad and Tobago, which is a small sample from the many undocumented children living in the country. To protect the identity of the children, I use pseudonyms and have not named the support group or any personnel associated with it. The names of the children used are those that they gave themselves when I asked them to choose names that they liked. And the project began this way. It is 8:30 on a Wednesday morning. Together with my fellow educator, I enter the building, an old house transformed into a school for migrant children. There are 2 classes, but I sit in on the one that is in the first room. There are 6 students. Stella, who is 14, Luna, who is 13, Baki is 11, Jessica is 11, Tree, who is 10, and Michael, who is 10. I was quite surprised when one of the students named himself Tree, but in honoring their voices, I have kept the names that they chose for themselves. Jessica and Tree sit next to each other. At first, they're a bit shyer than the others, and they do not speak up as much as Michael. He is louder and offers input, even when not asked. It seems as if he tries to make the others laugh. His English language level is good, and he sits at the front of the classroom. Luna is distracted by his ongoing mischief. He teases the teacher by talking in Spanish to his classmates. Luna giggles and joins in. Her English skills are also good. In the second row, there is Stella, Baki, Jessica, and Tree. The educator conducts lessons in English and assigns writing exercises after oral discussions. And these children become much more comfortable with my presence, and they ask me for help. Over the next 5 weeks, I visit the school and talk to the group of children. Some are regulars, others are not. I learned that some of them depend on transportation to the school from others, and this is not always possible. There are some other students, Luis, who's 10, Paula and Isabella, 12, Katrina is 13, Stephen is 14. So the group of children, they are within the age group of 10 to 14. They're not as regular as the first group that I met. Before they begin classes in English, they huddle together and they pray in Spanish. The caretaker of the house speaks Spanish to the children, and they conduct a short prayer, just before they begin class. The school that the group of migrant children attend is not part of formal public education in Trinidad and Tobago, but the efforts of a migrant support group. The coordinating director of the project explains that there are no requirements for children to attend the school. No one is turned away. The children should be at least 5 years old and toilet trained. Since the children are provided with meals and school supplies, there is no additional burden to parents. The main challenge for this project is sustainable funding, as the coordinating director says that it costs at least 20,000 TT dollars to run the program monthly. Venezuelan migrant children have been accessing mostly English classes through this initiative, although there are attempts to include mathematics and science instruction. Since children who do not have documented status as nationals or residents of the country cannot access public education, they are at the mercy of groups of non-governmental organizations who have been partly funded by UNICEF and some churches. There are 2 separate locations for this school. one for younger children in another part of the city, while this study includes the location for children who are 10 years or older. The two centers are open from Monday through Thursday, and the coordinator has been exploring the possibility of having a Friday online session. The buddy that runs the school in which the study focuses is assisted by the Roman Catholic Church. According to the coordinating director, the church has provided shelter, but support for the project changes according to the preference of assigned parish priests in the specific locations. Depending on their personal perspectives on migrant children, they may not support the project. A quick internet search shows some initiatives to address social issues with undocumented Venezuelan migrants in Trinidad and Tobago, with one assessing the number of Venezuelan migrants by the end of 2023 to be over 38,000. A joint select committee on human rights, equality, and diversity in request for information by the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and Tobago recommends the drafting of national legislation to ensure that migrant children can access education in accordance with international law. However, newspaper reports show that many migrant children are still not receiving public education. In 2022, of the mere 1,323 migrants analyzed, 64% of the children related to the respondents could not access education in Trinidad. Although some migrants have begun the process of registering with the Ministry of Homeland Security in the country, there are still numerous hurdles before the children can actually access public education. One article notes a statement from the UN Refugee Agency on August 30th, 2024 said that there were about 6,000 school-aged children in Trinidad and Tobago with no access to education. The plans for integrating migrant children into the public education system of Trinidad and Tobago has begun, but the implementation of plans are yet to materialize. This project was designed to offer scope for writing and speaking by the group of children. It includes a methodology that I have used before in digging up memories and encouraging expression through writing prompts with the hope of unearthing thematic similarities that would help to understand the experiences of a group of people. As the English literacy levels of the migrant children vary, some of the concerns included the limitations of their self-expression. During their classes, they were given the following topic of prompts: my grandmother or grandfather, my home, favorite food, favorite music, and what I want to be when I grow up. The educator and I offered help with spelling and language structures while they wrote, but they were allowed to write freely for a period of time. After the writing was complete, I had individual conversations with the children and asked them about details of their experiences. This study pivots on ethnography and autoethnography. Through ethnography, the researcher is placed in a matrix of significant relationships. Drawing on past relationships, as with my fellow educator, we engage in discussions that initiate the project, as well as the opportunity to capture the unique voices of migrant children. Through our time spent together and sharing stories, I share my own experiences with the participants. We engage in a relationship of giving and receiving stories. During our conversations, I invite the children to ask me questions about myself. I employ autoethnography, which allows for my voice not only as researcher, but as an active participant in the ways that I reveal the results of inquiry. In showcasing the written and spoken language of migrant children, I include a methodology that aims to be collaborative and participatory, as opposed to creating research subjects that are at risk of being alienating, demeaning, and exploitative. It is hopeful that this work will be received by an audience that may be extended throughout the educational sphere and into public modes of existence to enable future social and political improvements that can better serve vulnerable populations globally. For this study, I draw on Denson's discussion of ethnography as that form of inquiry and writing that produces descriptions and accounts about the ways of life of the writer and those written about. He situates the practice of ethnography as intrinsic to the theory of culture, the theory of the social, and the theory of writing. He posits theory, writing, and ethnography are inseparable material practices. Together, they create the conditions that locate the social inside the text. Hence, those who write culture also write theory. Also, those who write theory write culture. In honoring the voices of Venezuelan migrant children, I present their writing and their voices, their own understandings of how they want to be presented and represented. So the first section I will talk about here, I call Grandmothers, Bridges from Venezuela to Trinidad. For all the children who write about their grandmothers, they locate them in Venezuela. Each story is about the comfort and care that they provide, especially in the absence of parents who travel to other countries. It is not uncommon for grandparents to act as caregivers, especially in cases of economic hardship or migration. In growing up in the Caribbean, a rereading of Northern Nowarians and other stories, I discuss literary works that highlight strong grandmother characters who provide essential nurturing to young protagonists. In Crick Crack Monkey, written by Merle Hodge, the young child T is put in the care of her maternal grandmother when her own mother dies. The narrative follows the development of the child throughout primary and secondary schooling until she joins her father, who has migrated to England. In Samaru's The Nowarian, the young protagonist and his older brother spend 6 years with their maternal grandmother on the other side of the island as their parents are economically struggling. Venezuelan migrant children reflect on the love that they receive. And it is noticeable that grandparents fill in for parents who move to other countries in search of better opportunities. While many of the parents move to Trinidad, Jessica and Tree, who are brother and sister, they recall when their father moved to Colombia before going to Trinidad. Jessica describes her grandmother in the context of other family members. She writes, and I'm going to share with you the actual words of these children in honoring their voices. So they are not standard structures, it is in their actual language. Jessica writes, when I have 8 years, my father going to Colombia and my mother going to Trinidad. When my mother and my father going, I live with my grandmother, my grandfather, and my uncle. My grandmother no working, and my uncle and my grandfather working. My grandmother now has 54, and my grandfather has 58, and my uncle has 36 years. I want to go to Venezuela to see my family. Tree, who's Jessica's brother, writes, when I have 5 years, my father go Colombia. After my mom and my father go Trinidad and Tobago. My grandmother cook anything. Sometimes my grandmother buy juice. Both siblings comment on their parents' absence, resulting in their grandmother's temporary surrogacy. In a conversation with Michael, he recalls a story about his maternal grandmother, who he says saved his life when he was a baby. She took care of him when he became ill. In his writing, he remembers that he and his brother stayed with his maternal grandmother in Venezuela when his mother moved to Trinidad. He talks about her sending money to take care of his brother and himself. He writes, when I was small, my mom and my brother come to Trinidad and Tobago, and I was with my grandmother. and she'd take care of me, and my mom sent money for my grandmother and for my grandmother to buy food for me when I was a baby. My grandmother bought things for me, and I love my grandmother, and I will do anything for her. There is so much love for his grandmother. Some of the children point out qualities in their grandmothers that are admirable, and they are able to discuss the theme of love in their writing. Stella writes, "My grandmother is the best person in the world because she was kind, funny, and helpful and strict. She has a sad and happy life. She told me that when she was my age, she got married to my grandfather, and they built a house with a bar and a mini shop. My grandmother loves my mom and my siblings just as she loves me. On Christmas, she gave me a doll, even though she was blind. My grandparents were blind for a few years. She doesn't know what I look like, but I was still her favorite. Now she's resting in peace, but I know she will never forget our time together." Stella highlights the good qualities of her grandmother and the impact on her life. She takes pleasure in highlighting her place in her grandmother's life as her favorite. Similarly, Luna recognizes her place in her grandmother's life as not just her granddaughter, but as a daughter. She writes, "My grandmother is kind, pretty, and she's a good person. She'd go to the church, and when I was 5 years, I'd go with she to the church. All the day she'd chat with my mom. Last weekend, I see she in the phone. Her name is Anna, like the name of my mom. She has a brown hair and brown eyes. She is small and beautiful person. She said I am her daughter, and she has 4 children, 3 girls and 1 boy, and she cooks so good." Luna focuses on her grandmother's goodness and also on her relation to the church. From the grandmother's stories, the children reveal details. Baki explains, "When I was born, my mom was 21 years old. She was in secondary school. So my grandmother bought many things for me. So when my mother finished the secondary, she was 22 years old. I suspect that the students and the ages that they give are not always very accurate, but these are their stories. And she had my little sister. I was 1 year old, and my mother went to Trinidad, and my grandmother take care of us. When I was 4 years old, my mom take me to Trinidad. My sister was 2 years, then a few months later, we take my sister to Trinidad. This is the story of my grandmother. The children miss their grandmothers due to the divide of being in another country, one where they do not have the means to travel back to see their families in Venezuela. Stephen writes, "My grandmother, she from Venezuela. I miss she because she in Venezuela and me in Trinidad. My grandmother is good. She is sad because my grandfather died. She is good with me and my brother. She liked to play with my brother. She helps my mother. She is good grandmother." The stories give details on other family members who have migrated to other countries. For example, Paula writes, "My grandmother is good person. She's doctor. She loves me. She's 58 years. She is from Venezuela. She has 3 kids. The primer, which means first in Spanish, is from Brazil. The 2, she means second, is my daddy. And the 3rd is in our family." For some of the children, only if their grandparents can travel to Trinidad do they have the hopes of seeing them. Isabella writes, "My grandmother is a beautiful woman. When she lived in Venezuela, in Anaco, she loved me much. She have black hair and she have pretty eyes, and she's so funny, hardworking, and smart. She coming to July, and I see she after 9 years, I not see she." Even after not seeing her grandmother for most of her life, Isabella looks forward to her arrival. Grandmothers provide nurturing through their physical presence and also in food experiences that show up in their stories. And we know how closely related food and love can be. For the children, their grandmothers are symbols of love and care. I move on to talk about poverty, which is a burden to people in general, but to these young migrants, it is an extreme burden. When asked to write about home and what I want to be when I grow up, the theme of poverty shows up. It is not unusual for migrant populations to experience poverty, as they do not usually share the same socio-political positioning as legal residents in a country. In describing migrants, Kwong notes, marginality locates a group's position in society. The social location is usually seen in relation to the mainstream society, with the dominant group at the center and the minorities on the periphery. The locals generally possess higher levels of education, hold better jobs, are more prosperous, and have higher status than the migrants. They also have mannerism, speech and dress codes, and living habits that set them apart from the newcomers. The situation of Venezuelan migrants in Trinidad and Tobago is similar to Kwong's description. Restrictions for adults to be included in the society as documented migrants affect their children who cannot access public education. Children need to provide proof of citizenship or residence if they are to be enrolled in public schools in Trinidad and Tobago. There are foreboding issues if the population of Venezuelan migrants are left as undocumented and their children grow up without education and training that can help them to assimilate economically into the society. A study published in 2022 explains the predicament of migrant children in Trinidad and Tobago. There are global mandates, such as the 1951 Refugee Convention, that entitle refugees to asylum. However, Venezuelan migrants do not receive such consideration in Trinidad and Tobago. The authors explain, often parents cannot secure employment and families live in poverty. The stories of the children elucidate their economic status through their self-positioning. Michael writes, "When I grow up, I want to be a doctor to save people's life and have money, so I will not be poor, so I can mind my family and my family want me to be a doctor." He understands that he's poor. And he shows us that not just he, but his family have ambitions to be better off. Jessica relates, "All the time I pass money for my family in Venezuela." She shows that despite experiences of poverty, there are economic advantages that migrants can have in Trinidad compared to family left in Venezuela. And then I include a discussion of hopes and dreams. When asked to write about what I want to be when I grow up, their stories reveal the hopes and dreams of the children. Stella writes, "When I grow up, I want to be a photographer because I like taking photos and it's fun. My brother-in-law is a photographer and he makes a lot of money. I was training with him, so I will know how to use a camera. I will go around the world and take photos of different things." She identifies her love for photography, but it is also an avenue to be better off financially. Luna writes, "When I grow up, I want to be a model of Victoria's Secrets, a dancer of hip-hop, and that is all." Tree writes, "When I grow up, I want to be policeman." In a discussion with him, in a conversation, he says that he would like to be a firefighter or a chef like his father. The children, they have their personal dreams, and some of them are shaped by the personalities of loved ones in their lives. The children also wrote about their favorite places. This prompt produced ideas about places that they knew from the lived past lives, but many of the children have dreams of moving and experiencing the world. There are some children who chose places in Venezuela, which was quite interesting because they have left Venezuela. Michael wants to visit Margarita, which is an island within the border of Venezuela. He says, I want to go for my birthday. I want to go because it's nice, and Margarita is my favorite place because I love it and I will bathe in the beach. He understands that going there is special as he wants to go for his birthday. Stephen writes, my favorite place is Caracas. So Caracas is the capital of Venezuela. In our conversation, he explains that he likes the city environment like the one in Trinidad. It is different from Maturin, which is probably where he comes from. And just to tell you a little bit about the geography of Trinidad and Venezuela, the mainland of Venezuela is separated from Trinidad by 8 miles of ocean. And that's the way that many migrants access Trinidad and Tobago, through illegally entering, coming on pirogues or small boats. Many of them die. They endanger their lives, the lives of very young children, and they enter the country from that mainland. That mainland is far from the city. So this mainland area, it is more prone to poverty as it is quite rural and they do not have access to amenities. Another student, another child, he talks about, like, his favorite place is Merida, and it is also a place in Venezuela. He says, my favorite place is Merida in Venezuela because it is cool and good. The people like baseball. I will play baseball. These stories suggest that the children appreciate places in their own country. And that stood out to me. Sasha writes, my favorite place is Tokyo in Japan because I love the culture, the food, and the people. And she talks specifically about, she says, it is a busy, beautiful, fun place, which is why I want to go now so I can work, study, and live there. And she identifies a country that she's fascinated with, but more importantly, she identifies a dream that is usually a formula as a marker of success. When people are able to work, study, and live, that is usually seen as an ideal for success in life. Katrina writes about Italy as her favorite place. The children all have access to technology. They all either have a mobile phone and a tablet or both at times. They are aware of the world and of the possibilities of travel. After all, they are already travelers to a new country. Trinidad is considered a popular migrant destination for Venezuelans, but from their stories, the children express ambitions of moving on to different countries. So I'm looking at the time and I am going to skip through some of the information on the language practice of the children. Some of the ways that children show their integration into Trinidadian society is in the unique language structures that show up and in their identification of Trinidadian food as their favorite. Michael writes about his hopes of minding my family and says, my grandmother minded me when I was small. The idea of minding someone means taking care of the person in Trinidadian dialect. In many of their language structures, the children use subject pronouns as object pronouns, which is also typical of Trinidadian dialect. The children like a mix of Trinidadian and Spanish-influenced music. They also indicate their preference for Trinidadian street food, especially doubles and roti. And for those of you who might not know what doubles is, it is very proudly touted as Indo-Caribbean food. It is fashioned in what I think is chana bhatura. I think that's the Indian dish, but it was concocted in Trinidad in early, I think the 1900s, when this man from this Indo-Trinidadian man, he came up with bara and chana, and he put them together like a sandwich. And it has since evolved in terms of spice, and there are chutneys that are added, and it is very delicious. It has become one of the most popular street foods in Trinidad. And so we are becoming globally known for doubles. And the children, they like doubles and they like roti. Isabella and Luis love spicy food, which is also typical of Trinidadian street food. Conversations with the children and a study of their writing point to their assimilation into the dominant cultural structures of Trinidad and Tobago. Venezuelan food remains a part of their cultural practice as well. So we are seeing food stands show up with empanada and arepas. Their rich heritage has already begun to influence the culture of Trinidad and Tobago as a melting pot of varied cultures. Data collected through written stories and transcripts of conversations with the children in this study hold the potential for more analysis as the phenomenon of their migrant experience continues and unfolds in different ways. This paper offers a glimpse, just a glimpse, into the complexities of their struggle for education and social opportunity in their new country. This paper highlights the true voices and language practice of some migrant children to showcase their lived realities, their challenges, and their hopes and dreams despite limited circumstances. I would like to end this presentation with a quote from the New Yorker, one of my favorite magazines. In Yu Yun Lee's conversation with Hannah Jocelyn in the New Yorker's the section called What We're Reading, she responds to the question of what she reads for inspiration, and she cites the following verse taken from the collected poems of Wallace Stevens. And I quote, "To say more than human things with human voice, that cannot be. To say human things with more than human voice, that also cannot be. To speak humanely from the height or from the depth of human things, that is acutest speech." Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your inspiring and insightful valedictory address. I sincerely appreciate ma'am for her talk, and through some compelling stories of Caribbean and Venezuelan migrants, mostly the children, she vividly illustrated the importance of inclusivity while highlighting the enduring strength of family bonds and the deep nostalgia for home and belongings. Her narratives reveal the emotional realities of migration that many of us fail to fathom. And it inspires greater empathy, compassion, and a deeper commitment in building inclusive societies. So thank you so much, ma'am, for pointing out all these aspects. Generally, in valedictory session, we don't ask for questions and all, but if someone has anything to add to ma'am or some comment, you may come forward. Otherwise, we'll end this session. We'll move to the next session. I guess there is nothing on the chat box yet. So thank you so much, Professor. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I extend our sincere gratitude for your time, for your wisdom, and for your gracious presence. And it has been an honor to have you with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I would like to invite some of the participants to share their feedback about the conference. Is there anyone who want to share their feedback? Any of the participants?
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Sudipti, sir, from Visakhapatnam. Professor in English department, sir.
Sure,
Please switch on your
Yes.
cameras. So please switch on your camera.
No, we don't have power, sir. It's so dark.
Okay, all right.
I just wanted to speak. This was my first conference after I'm a research scholar, sir. So I've joined recently in Centurion University. And this is my first experience actually. I did not attend such kind of conferences. And from yesterday, I'm logging in and I'm observing everything. It was really useful, sir. And if we completely concentrate in this, really, it's a knowledgeable task that as a professors in the college, we really require this kind of information, which we don't know. I mean, actually, I don't know many of the things. And I have learned a lot of things in this conference, sir. And I have given the presentation also. So I was very happy today. This is my first experience and hope we'll go with a great experience going forward, sir. Thank you so much. To the organizing team as well, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your honest confession.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Sir, may I?
Yes, yes, Kerry.
Sir, this is Bimki Mondol. I'm a research scholar in YBN University, English department. Sir, for me also, this was a great experience, especially not only presenting paper. I want to thank the managing committee because this is the first time that I got the chance to do the role of a moderator. So my session chairperson or chair ma'am was very happy. I conducted the session well, and this was a great learning for me, where I made mistakes and how I'm supposed to conduct the session well, present. Even when I presented also, I found out that a lot of things I missed out. How I myself should be prepared for participating in an international conference, not only an international conference, or in also conferences of our country. So I have gained a lot of knowledge, and I think that will help me in my future, in my future work, and will help me to present nicely in all the conferences that I would be participating. And thank you so much to all the managing committee members for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Bimki. We wish you all the very success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else?
Your feedback will encourage us to organize more such events. So please don't hesitate. If you have certain suggestions for improvement, that's also welcome.
Yes, Neha, please carry on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm from KKM College, Jamui. And I just want to thank all of you that you have paid a very much big attention on a student, as this conference was basically about in all the research scholars and the professors. But I am a student, so the session chair, Soma Sundari Lata ma'am, has paid so much attention on my question. So I'm feeling very thankful for you all for organizing this conference.
Thank you, Sneha, for your candid.
Everyone likes pampering, so some words of appreciation we are looking for.
Good evening, sir. So I am Dr. Upama Behera from Odisha, SS Autonomous College, Odisha. I participated so many conferences, but what I found very unique is the way of presentation, and the most important thing is that how plenary speakers, resource persons, intellectuals across the globe join in this conference. And I think other conferences, I will find one or two speakers from across the globe you will find, but here across the globe you will find almost more number of speakers joined, participated, and deliberated their talk. So I think it is very unique, and they have highlighted about the recent issue, basically AI, and you will find the pros and cons, means advantages and disadvantages of using AI, ChatGPT. All this thing is very, very relevant, useful, and basically essential. It is essential and was essential for all the scholars, intellectuals, professors like us. So thank you all the organizing team, and also Manish Kumar for organizing such a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Anyone else?
Good evening, sir. This is Sheikhpura. I am a
Yes.
research scholar from YBN University English Department. Sir, this was my first international conference, and I learned a lot from here. Yesterday only I had to present my paper, but somehow because of some internet glitch and all, I couldn't present. Today I presented my paper with the least preparation, obviously, because I was given many comments by my chairperson, ma'am, also. So that was suggestion actually that will help me in the future endeavor, sir. And these kind of platform actually gives us the exposure to actually polish ourselves, our personality and all, and face the world in the positive way. So thank you very much, Manish sir, all the managing committee, our moderator, Bimki Mondal. She also cooperated and me a lot in showcasing my paper and all. So thank you, all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your feedback. So, anyone else want to speak on?
So, good evening, sir.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Dr. Nirmal Sharma. Actually, due to some network issue, I'm not able to open my video.
No
So, I
problem.
hope I'm audible. Yes.
You are audible. Yes.
So, yeah. So, really, if I talk about this conference, really, it's wonderful and excellent. The speaker and the management. First of all, I need to thank Dr. Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, sir, and Manish, sir, and all the organizing committee member. Very, very, you can say, congratulations to just organizing such a wonderful conference. And as far as the speakers are concerned, really amazing information. We are very much happy to just be the part of this conference because we are getting so many things. And the way they are sharing and the energy they are having, it's really wonderful. So I'm very happy to just be the part of this conference, and congratulations, and hoping that in future also we will be the part of other conferences. So thank you so much. Really, it's very wonderful, and I'm happy to be the part of this. Thank you so much, sir, Rai sir, and the organizing committee member. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Nirmal. Anyone else?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I'm Chabi, assistant professor from Kosi College, Kagadia, and I'm very thankful to the managing committee of this conference who has organized this session well, as we have got a chance to learn a lot from such type of sessions, and that was very highly knowledgeable for us, and definitely we will just understand the present scenario which is going on, and try to inculcate all those things which we have learned or shared our views through our studies, and in this way we and the learners will definitely be helped by such type of sessions. And just I'm also thankful that all the members who have joined and all the presenters who have presented their papers. I'm also thankful to them and the managing committee once again and the organizations. So thank you for such a wonderful conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chavi ma'am, for your honest feedback. Anyone else? So I guess we can now move to our next part. So it is now my privilege to welcome Dr. Yogeshwar Shah, Assistant Professor of English, CM Science College, Darbhanga, who is also the Treasurer of WAAR. And we are grateful to him for kindly agreeing to present the conference report. So may I now request Dr. Shah to present the report of the conference.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. The written word endures while the spoken word fades. A report preserves the journey of ideas, discussions, and discoveries of generations to come. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, learned faculty members, researchers, students, and dear participants. Good evening to one and all present here on this virtual platform. It is both an honor and privilege for me to share the report of the second International Conference of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, WAAR, on the theme Technological Advances and English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches, was organized by SKR College, Barbigha, Sheikhpura, in collaboration with the Greater Toronto Chapter and Sheikhpura Chapter of WAAR. The conference brought together eminent academicians, researchers, and scholars from India and abroad to discuss the emerging intersections of technology, English studies, education, and interdisciplinary research. The conference commenced with an inaugural session marked by the presence of distinguished academicians and scholars. The welcome address was delivered by Professor Bhavesh Pandey, convener of the conference, Professor and Head, University Department of English, and Dean of Humanities, Munger University. He welcomed the guests and participants and highlighted the significance of exploring technological developments in the field of English studies. An introduction to the World Association of Authors and Researchers was presented by Professor Vijay, sir, the President and Patron of WAAR, who explained the vision, objectives, and academic activities of the organization. The chief guest, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Munger University, delivered the inaugural address, and he emphasized the importance of technology-driven approaches in contemporary education and research, and underlined the need for integrating humanities with technological innovations. The keynote address was delivered by Kshema Iflu, Hyderabad, who discussed the changing dimensions of English studies in the digital era and the significance of interdisciplinary approaches in academic exploration. The inaugural session was concluded with a vote of thanks proposed by Dr. Manish Kumar, who expressed the gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, organizers, and the participants. The first plenary session included insightful presentations by renowned scholars. Professor Robert Stroud from Tokyo delivered an enriching and fascinating talk on changing AI's expanding role in English studies. He explored the growing influence of artificial intelligence in language learning, teaching, research, and literary study. Professor Shireen Shafiq Ibrahim from United States University, USA, spoke on mastering English through mobile apps. She highlighted the role of mobile applications in improving language learning and communication skills through accessible digital platforms. Professor Hassan Abraus, UCSI University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, presented his views on AI-enhanced English studies education. He discussed the potential of artificial intelligence in transforming English education through personalized and innovative learning practices. Following the plenary session, seven technical sessions were conducted under the chairmanship of different session chairs and respective moderators. More than 50 scholars presented their research papers on diverse areas related to English studies, literature, language, education, technology, and interdisciplinary research. The sessions provided a valuable platform for academic discussions, exchange of ideas, and presentation of innovative research findings. The inaugural session and the plenary session 1 were moderated by Dr. Lisa Singh. The second day of the conference continued with engaging academic discussions focusing on digital education, computational learning, digital humanities, and ethical challenges in the age of artificial intelligence. Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, IIT BHU, delivered a lecture on the power of simple and elegant ideas in computational learning. Some examples. He highlighted the importance of innovative and creative approaches in computational learning and their relevance in modern education. Dr. Abhilal Mukherjee, UDEI, New Delhi, presented on Our Classes Are Online, Digital Andragogy, New Media and Future Access, Equity and Education. He discussed the transformation of technology, teaching learning practice through digital platforms and the role of technology in promoting inclusive education. Dr. Maya Dodd, Flame University, Pune, spoke on digital archives for all. She emphasized the importance of digital preservation, accessibility of knowledge resources, and the role of archives in supporting research. The plenary session 2 was gracefully moderated by Dr. Shaukat Banerjee. The second day also witnessed the parallel and the technical session 8 to 14 conducted by respective session chairs and moderators. More than 55 presenters presented their research papers. In total, there were 160 presenters and 136 registrations that we received. The presentations covered various themes related to English language, literature, digital learning, artificial intelligence, and emerging interdisciplinary perspectives. These sessions enriched the conference by encouraging scholarly interaction, critical reflection, and knowledge sharing among researchers. The third plenary session featured thought-provoking academic discussions. Dr. Garima Dalal from JNU delivered lecture on Beyond Copy-Paste, a taxonomy of thinking as an antidote to plagiarism. She focused on the importance of originality, critical thinking, and ethical academic practices in the digital age. Professor Nirmala Menon from IIT Indore presented on digital knowledge infrastructure and digital humanities project, intersections and challenges. She discussed the role of digital infrastructure in humanities research and the challenges associated with digital humanities initiatives. Professor Uday Kumar Mishra, TM Bhagalpur University, spoke on changing ethical dimensions in literary writing and the emerging challenges of AI and digitization. He highlighted the changing nature of literary creativity, authorship, and ethical concerns in the era of artificial intelligence and digital transformation. The session was successfully moderated by Mr. Priya Ranjan Tiwari. And the valedictory address was delivered by Professor Prabha Jeribandan from Toronto, Canada. She is also the director of Greater Toronto chapter. She highlighted her experiences of working with the migrant students. She also emphasized the problems and perils that they faced. Through her different narratives, she taught us the great lessons that we need to learn in this age of artificial intelligence, that is sympathy, empathy, and the kindness that literature offers to us. Dr. Manish will propose the vote of thanks for this valedictory session, and Dr. Anindya Sundar Pauli is conducting and moderating this session. The two-day international conference successfully created an academic platform for meaningful discussions on the role of technology in reshaping English studies, education, and research. The deliberations highlighted the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and interdisciplinary approaches, while also addressing ethical challenges. The conference concluded with the shared understanding that responsible and innovative use of technology can significantly contribute to the advancement of humanities and English studies in the contemporary world. At the end, I am reminded of Francis Bacon's quote, that is, reading maketh a fool man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. Thank you so much for your precious time and patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yogesh sir, for presenting the conference report with such clarity and precision. We now move to the concluding segment of this valedictory session. May I now invite Dr. Manish Kumar, who is the organizing secretary of the conference, to deliver the formal vote of thanks and to announce the formal conclusion of this international academic gathering. I now request Dr. Manish to kindly proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Anindya. Respected Professor Jerry Bandan, distinguished speakers, honored guests, esteemed scholars, faculty members, researchers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the conclusion of the second International Conference on Technological Advances and English Studies, Interdisciplinary Approaches, it is both my privilege and pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a remarkable exchange of ideas, perspectives, and scholarly insights. What began as a shared academic vision has culminated in a truly international forum bringing together scholars, educators, researchers, students from diverse institutions and countries. The conference has successfully explored the evolving relationship between technology and English studies through discussions on artificial intelligence, digital humanities, digital cultures, language pedagogy, literary studies, ethics, archives, and emerging knowledge practices. Before expressing my gratitude, although Dr. Yogeshwar has submitted the report, let me talk about it in brief. That would be, real gratitude to the contributors. So before I express my gratitude, allow me to present a brief report of the conference. We were privileged to host an inspiring inaugural session graced by eminent academicians and administrators. The conference featured one keynote speech, multiple plenary lectures delivered by distinguished scholars from India, Canada, the United States, Japan, Malaysia, and 14 technical sessions. More than 100 research papers were presented by participants representing universities and institutions from across India and abroad. The diversity of topics and the quality of discussions testify to the growing relevance of interdisciplinary approaches in contemporary English studies. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to Professor Jerry Bandan of Centennial College, Toronto, Canada, who is also our collaborator for this conference, and the president of and the director of Toronto chapter of Greater Toronto chapter of Canada, WAAR, for delivering her valedictory address and for sharing her valuable insights with us. I extend my gratitude. I extend my sincere thanks to all our keynote and plenary speakers whose expertise and intellectual generosity enriched this conference. Their thought-provoking presentations challenged us to rethink the possibilities and responsibilities that accompany technological transformation in education, language, literature, and research. I offer my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Sanjay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Munger University, and again Professor Sanjay Kumar, the Principal of SKR College Barbigha, Munger University, for their constant encouragement and support. Their faith in this initiative has been instrumental in its success. My sincere thanks are due to Professor Vijay Kumar Roy, the President of the World Association of Authors and Researchers, whose vision and commitment continue to create meaningful platform for global academic engagement. I also acknowledge the support of the WAAR Greater Toronto chapter and WAAR Sheikhpura chapter for making this conference a success. I express my profound appreciation to our conference chair, convener, conference chair, Professor Jerry Bandan, convener, Professor Bhavesh Chandra Pandey, the advisory board members, session chairs, moderators, technical team, and organizing committee members. Behind every successful conference lies countless hours of planning, coordination, communication, and teamwork. Their dedication has ensured the smooth conduct of every session and activity. The best part of it was that we could engage research scholars from different institutions, from different states, and it was a great learning experience for them. We had chairpersons for the technical sessions from different institutions. We are also very thankful to them. We are thankful to the research scholars who acted as moderators during the technical session. I would also like to thank all presenters, participants, and attendees. Your enthusiasm, thoughtful questions, critical reflections, and active engagement transformed this conference from a scheduled event into a vibrant intellectual community. The true success of any academic gathering lies not merely in the number of papers presented, but in the quality of dialogue generated. And in that regard, this conference has been exceptionally rewarding. As we conclude, let us remember that the conversations initiated here do not end today. Rather, they mark the beginning of new collaborations, research projects, publications, and academic partnerships. We hope that the networks formed during this conference will continue to flourish and contribute to future scholarship at the intersection of technology and the humanities. The rapid advancement of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, presents both opportunities and challenges. As scholars and educators, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that technological progress remains guided by human values, ethical considerations, creativity, and critical inquiry. The discussions held during this conference have reaffirmed the importance of such a balanced and human-centered approach. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank every individual and institution that contributed to the success of this conference. Your support, participation, and goodwill have made this event memorable and meaningful. With a sense of accomplishment and optimism for the future, I formally declare the second International Conference on Technological Advances and English Studies in Interdisciplinary Approaches concluded. Thank you all for your presence, your contributions, and your unwavering commitment to academic excellence. I wish all of you continued success in your academic pursuits and look forward to meeting you again in future editions of this conference. Thank you.
Yeah, one announcement, Dr. Manish.
With this, we have something to announce. The third conference of WAAR is scheduled in the month of July. However, we are not receiving, we are not accepting the abstracts now. But yes, as participants, you are welcome to join. Further, we will announce the call for full papers So those willing to get their full papers published, please keep working on your abstract, develop your full paper. The guidelines will be shared, the timelines will be shared. The full papers will be published in the journals of WAAR, Arthiam and Akshara. In addition to that, we are also planning to come up with the edited volume. And certificate, you will get your certificates within 1 week, latest by 1 week. Okay, well, perhaps you will start getting it tomorrow onward, but on the safer side, you will get your certificates within a week. Thank you.
Thank you all participants. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vijay ji, and the whole team.
Thanks a lot all.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so certificates are ready.
Thank you, sir.
From
Thank you,
tomorrow,
sir.
we will start sending it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
With this meeting comes to an end.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your guidance, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.